And good evening one, good evening all. Welcome back. It's been a long time coming, but we are back with the solo stream. So thank you all very, very much for your patience. I know it's been a long time since I've been back. For those of you who've never been here before, this channel normally is about playing games blind for the first time and giving our reactions and chokes and plenty of bad banter in the chat box that way. However, this game is a classic from when I was back at college and university. This is Gran Turismo 4 for the PlayStation 2. And we're doing a prize cars only challenge. We're up to part 6 and we've got quite a few races planned. Well, if you want to get your comments in the chat box, in the box that way, it's all open. I'll do what I can. For those of you who have been here before, maybe you've been watching me lose my mind on the likes of the Crash Bandicoot and Sonic Adventure duology, where they were just far too hard for me. Maybe you've watched me grind like hell to get through all the Shin Megami Tensei and the Persona games. Maybe you're here for all the visual novels like Danganronpa and Steins Gate. And the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, which I still can't believe is a thing. And for those of you who hear all the classic streams way back in the day with the likes of Final Fantasy 7 and Forza 4. Either way, a huge welcome back to all of you, because without you people, this channel, it would be active, but nowhere near as interactive or as reactive. So enough pontificating from me. Let's get into it. So currently on the wheel of the Jag XJ220LM race car is showing us 2001, which I don't believe is a thing. I don't believe Jaguar were making Le Mans cars that late. I think this is probably some kind of old school concept car that's been brought back to life. Now, as you can see there, our completion is above 25%, and that means we now have access to the endurance events. I want to start with one I've always wanted to do, and it's this one, the Tokyo R246 300 kilometers. R246 being Route 246 in Tokyo itself. It says here at the bottom, it's racing German touring cars and JGTC machines. Oh, hang on. It says German touring cars and JGTC. I can't turn up in a British GT car. That's not appropriate. That's not right. It wouldn't be right to turn up in a British GT car, a DCM and JDM event. So instead, we're going to switch cars and we're going to go in this. It is the Mercedes-Benz 190E Evolution Touring Car 2.5-16. Try saying that when you're drunk. In fact, just try saying it first time in general, like I've done. Meanwhile, Joe Duke on the stream saying, hello, mate. Good evening to you. How are you doing? Welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. Thank you very much. I'm doing as well as I can. The situation that caused me to have to take a break is something that will get better over time. I don't want to say too much more because it's really rather personal. But I'm here and I'm ready to chill with you all. So let's do take 2 of this. It says here that it's the race in German touring cars and JGTC machines through the heart of the city of Tokyo. Well, I'm now in a DTM car. You know, I could have done it with my Jag car. My Jag had probably absolutely mullered this circuit, but it's not a JGTC car and it is not a DTM car. So I'm glad that you're doing well. You might have noticed, by the way, I've made a change to my audio. I've got a brand new microphone. It's a Shure MV7, and I believe the sound is quite a bit clearer from what I've been told. For all you people in the audience, please tell me, and if there's any adjustments you want me to make, I can do so. So here we are. We've got super hard tyres on for this. So that's fantastic. Ideally, with this race, I'd want to try and do a 2-stop strategy if possible. It's a 60-lap race, so I'm trying to pit at the end of lap 20 and lap 24, lap 40, but it's a question of whether the tyres will last. And indeed, this Merc was a beast in DTM. It was originally meant to be in World Rallying, believe it or not. But it was only after the Audis started mullering everyone with the Quattro that things changed. So they decided, right, we'll just make it a touring car instead. And it went on to be absolutely dominant in the early 90s. Before giving way to, I think it was the CLKs, I think, which went on to dominate the late 90s. So as you can see, I'm behind the Opel Calibra, not Claribra, Calibra. Oh, freezing cold tyres, but just about got the car stopped. Excellent, good start. And it does sound way better. That's fantastic news. I'm glad to hear it, because this microphone wasn't cheap. It was quite expensive. But all you people out there, without you people watching, there is no show. So as a result of that, I had to do what I can to upgrade it where I could. Might as well do something in the downtime to improve things for you all. I might just be able to squeeze up the inside here, and if I'm careful... Yes! Oh no you don't. No you don't. Excellent. So now we are behind the Tom's Supra. NASCAR style bump drafting there. I don't think he's going to appreciate that. Into the lead. I'm in the lead. The question is, how long can I stay here and how long can I keep these tyres active? Because the thing about this race, of course, being an endurance event, the idea is to watch out for your tyre wear and your fuel. Because obviously tyre wear is a problem, and if you run out of fuel, that's a huge problem. So you want to avoid both of those situations where you can. The analog triggers from a modern controller make this so much better though. You can really control how you drive the power into the wheels, and it makes it much smoother. Much smoother. And that's a decent banker lap. The question is just how fast are we going to be. Unfortunately, I've not got a timer, so I'm going to like kind of use the split times manually, and it's not so easy to do. Anyway, so in all the time I've been gone, then what have you all been doing to keep yourselves busy? I'm sure you've had plenty of other content elsewhere to devour. What have you all been up to? I'd love to hear your stories. And I'll get to them where I can. Obviously, being in the middle of a race that's this long, I'm not going to have much time to check the chat, but I'll do what I can. A bit wide there. But I might be able to use the karting line. Yeah, I should be okay. Want to be careful. There's a little bump in the road that can make you jump and start sliding around and ruin your tyres. You don't want to do that. You want to avoid ruining your tyres where you can. As we get deep into the drive, nice and smooth. Yep, perfect. It's a shame that this circuit never came back after this one. I think the last time it was seen was possibly Gran Turismo 6, maybe? Considering that in Gran Turismo 7 you've got the Tokyo Expressway levels, which are a bit tunnel vision really, like the side walls that you have. You feel like you're just going through a tunnel, you don't really feel like you're on a road. Here it's just so airy, seeing like all the trees and the big buildings and the crowd. It feels much more like a circuit. Makes me wonder why they've not brought it back. I did see on Gran Turismo Planet, apparently one of the reasons is the actual resource of making the tracks would be very difficult. They require a lot more resource and power, which it seems a bit strange that, but then again, I'm not a coder for a modern platform, so I can't comment. So consider this practice for what I'm hoping at some point later on this year will be one of the streams at Le Mans or the Nürburgring, depending on what the audience choose, when we try and do a 24-hour race. That is on the cards. I do intend to do that. So that Astra in second place is doing me a huge favour, because one of the cars in this field is the Motul Pitwork Z, which is pretty fast. So having that car stuck in traffic behind the Astra touring car is a godsend for me. That's the total time in the top corner. We're already at 5 minutes. It's going to be quite a long race. Let's get comfortable. Get ready to listen to my dulcet tones as I continue to drive you all crazy. Because what we've got to do now, you see the Motul Pitwork Z is now in second place. So we needed to get ahead and make hay while the sun shone there. Do what Sergio Perez did not manage to do in Miami, and actually take advantage of clean air and get a decent gap. I know it's too soon, but I had to mention it. I mean, speaking of too soon, when are the Red Bulls going to get the championship this season? I still have the nagging feeling that one of them will be crowned at Zandvoort, and I really hope it isn't. I do not want that to happen. It'd be far too early in the season, that. I agree, Joe. Miami was really quite a boring circuit, wasn't it? The idea of it is kind of interesting, but because the circuit is so little used, once you're offline, it's like driving on ice or on the rally stage, so there's no incentive for drivers to hunt on different lines. Like in Baku, we saw drivers trying to do multiple different things to get a different line and force a move. There was no incentive in Miami for that, and even when they did have some good battles, and there were a few, let's be fair here, it wasn't consistent enough. It doesn't help that the field is so bunched in one area, but then there's such a gigantic gulf to the cars at the front. It's almost like watching LMP1 and LMP2. Which, when you factor in the length of Le Mans, where you've got mechanical actual failures and everything else, and the danger of night driving and so forth, that adds a lot more challenge for the cars other than just like driving around cruising. I say, because cars are also much more reliable these days as well, they can kind of run them almost to the limit without much in the way of a problem. Very quick coffee break here. Yes, I know that in a real race car I'd have a plumbed line and I'd have to drink it from that, but I don't have that kind of racing rig. If anyone wants to spend £10,000 upgrading my house to give me a full racing rig, please give me a call, but I get the feeling no one does. And no, I'm not spending 10 grand on a racing rig, because I've not really got the space for it anyway. I've seen some racing rigs and they look absolutely incredible, and then I'm thinking, one, where do you get the money? And two, where do you build the space? Like, it's incredible. Meanwhile, Snowbeaver jumping on stream saying, good evening, how's it going? It's going okay, Snow, thank you very much. Just I've been gone for a while due to a circumstance that happened in the family. To give you a basic guideline, literally a day after the last stream I regrettably had a death in the family. And that's why I've been gone for a while, because we've had a lot of things going on, obviously. There's been a lot of distress, and I really do miss my family member who passed. It was my grandmother. I miss her dearly. I feel amazed that I knew her, and she was one of these people who's always very forward thinking. So essentially, having taken the month off to reflect and support my family, I want to move forward, and everyone supports me and everything else. And it's been great to see all the comments in the community chat and all the comments on the videos and the views, so thank you all very much. As I say, it's going to get easier over time. Obviously, it's still very raw and very fresh, and that's why I've decided for a while to focus on the auto racing rather than doing the, like, you know, the RPGs and particularly the Resident Evil stream. I just didn't feel it would be appropriate. But I'm hoping that next month, after I've done a very long trip away and some conning, I'm going to be back to full strength. Well, thank you very much for continuing to support the channel. You're all amazing. Without you people, I don't know what I'd do. So thank you. Thank you very much for that, Joe. Yes, I really appreciate that. And same to you as well, Snow. I said I didn't want to like make it massively over in the public eye, because I find that you get a lot of people who just like, when you put these kind of things out there, it just, you get a lot of spotlight at a time where you need utmost privacy. So that's the reason why it wasn't because I didn't trust my audience. You're all amazing. It's just that it's the kind of thing you need to deal. You need to close ranks, really, don't you? You need to know exactly where everybody is and be able to make sure that everyone is, you know, supportive of each other. But I really thank you both for your messages. It's really appreciated. So that's why I'm doing the more... It's kind of therapeutic in a way, doing racing games like this. It's great because you have to like focus on a particular line, focus on keeping things smooth. And it's a nice, almost relaxing way to do it. I remember watching a series years ago. I don't know if it exists anymore. But it was broadcast in the UK, and I think it was called GT Racer. And it essentially followed a classic GT series in Europe. So it was like they were all driving things like old Mustangs and old Jaguars and old Lanciers. And they were like doing races at things like, Spa and the Nürburgring and Hockenheim and Silverstone. And I remember at one point they did a race at Spa, and it was like a 24-hour race, or if it wasn't 24 hours, it was still a long one. And it got to the point where it was obviously fully dark. And at Spa, at the time, I don't know if they've done it now, but at the time they didn't light the circuit. So you didn't have lights on the corners when you got out of, say, over Eau Rouge and Radion, on towards Les Combes and the likes of, Bravage, at the back of the course. You didn't see any lighting at all. And one of the drivers said that it's actually really nice. It's like meditating. You're literally seeing the lights and you're trusting your lights of your car. And you have to really focus as if you're in a deep trance. And I can definitely see where it's coming from. When you're aiming for lines, you really have to get into that meditative, calm, relaxing state. So it's actually very helpful given the circumstances I've been through. Meanwhile, good evening, Queen. How are you doing? You've made it. It's going absolutely fine. Thank you very much. Hopefully the audio's nice and clear for you and you're having a wonderful day. In terms of my first impressions of the Merc, Joe, very good actually. I'm on racing super hard tyres at the moment. And while I'm getting a little bit of sliding, it's not too bad. The acceleration could be a little gutsier, but it's still got quite a bit of power behind it. And as I say, it's got decent traction. It's a good car for this event, definitely. I'd say if you want a challenge where you're not like using something silly like, say, the CLK CTR Le Mans car or the Tokyo or the Toyota GT1, an actual LMP car, you want a car that's of the same calibre, I'd probably say this is your best bet actually. It's really, really good. An excellent, Queen, glad to hear it sounds good. Very, very pleased about that. I say this was an expensive piece of kit that I've invested in. I thought I might as well do something in the downtime to return and hopefully improve the stream. So that's what I've done. Got a bit of a better quality mic. And it's also nice to not have a pop filter on my face, because it covered half my face up. It was almost like wearing a face mask in many ways. That would be a strange way to do a stream now, think about it, wearing a face mask with like muffled vocals. It'd be a bit defeatist. But so far, the tyres are holding up excellently well, and I'm hoping that I can get to lap 20. If I can get to lap 20, it'll be a 2-stop race. Worst case scenario, 15, and then we'll do a 3-stop race. You see, already we've covered 26 miles in this car, and you can tell that from the speedometer. So you can see how far we've gone. It's pretty impressive. We've got to be mindful of the fuel, of course. If you look to the left of where I've got my time saying 26 miles, those little square dots are my fuel. So we have fuel and we have tyre wear. So we've got to be careful in this race. I used the 155 DTM. Oh, do you mean the Alfa Romeo? The Alfa Romeo 155, the red one, Joe? I remember that car from GT2. It was brilliant. I used it in loads of events in GT2 before upgrading to the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak. And our Dragon of the Gmo, thank you very much for that. It's a pleasure to be back, mate. Thank you very much for joining in the stream. How are you doing, mate? Good to see you. And I know that I've not got a rig for coffee, but I'm not letting this go cold. Oh, nice one, Snow. Congratulations. You had a lorry test and you passed it second time. What kind of weight are we talking there? Are we going all the way up to like 18 tonnes, or are you much higher than that? What kind of rigs have you got? It's still pretty awesome, mate. Over here in the UK, we have class licenses that start at 7.5 tonnes and go all the way to 44 tonnes. So it's quite interesting to see that class B to, is it class F, I think, or something similar like that? Class F or something like that. I know that from my job. I used to deal with a lot of big rig trucks. In fact, I still do. I still get claims from American trucks. It's always quite interesting. I get things like, Bob's Country Trucking in Dallas and places like that. It's quite funny. Thank you very much, Avian, but thank you very much for your welcome back. I am very, very honoured to be back. Thank you for being here to watch my streams. You guys are amazing. That's interesting, Joe. So it's 4-wheel drive, so the tyres suffer. I find that my tyres at the front suffer anyway because I've got a driving style where I lean on the tyres. So I often find that my front tyres still suffer regardless, whether it's rear-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. I think I've got a natural style where I aim for one particular line and it puts pressure on one side of the car. Not quite Formula 1-esque, but certainly in that kind of style. And now, no worries, Dragon, you got to get yourself back off, that's absolutely fine, but thank you very much, mate. Your message is massively appreciated. And whatever you're up to this evening, enjoy it, and I'll see you soon. So this is where it's very much a case of get in for the long haul and aim to get through and try and keep the tyres alive. That's why I'm not really pushing and trying to, like, Martin Brundle calls it driving as if you've got an egg under your gas pedal and you don't want to break it. Oh, that's interesting. So that you've got no weight limit, but you can't drive like a semi or one with a hanger. So do you have one with a trailer though, Snow? Do you have like a fully loaded trailer? I do have massive respect for truck drivers actually, because some of the journeys that truck drivers have to make, it's absolutely ridiculous. Truck drivers, coach drivers, some of the hours they have to put in order to do things is insane. I don't know how they find the will to keep going. So far the lap times have been quite consistent. We're in the 39s and the 40s and it seems we've got a decent lead. Unfortunately I don't know how big the lead is because the split times don't work on the way I'm playing the game. I believe there is a way to fix it, but when I tried the fixes it didn't work, so I don't know if it's because of the version I have or if my settings don't quite calibrate. So I'm having to kind of like guess where they are on circuit and it's not easy. Let's make it that clear, it's not easy at all. Ooh. Luckily we're not in special conditions or under the penalty. Good evening, Fiona. You say, you'll be in Liverpool for the Eurovision Song Contest. You actually managed to get tickets for it? Because if you did, I want to know how, because I know a lot of people online were trying and they were going at ridiculous rates. Hopefully you've got yourself a decent hotel as well. One of my friends had a hotel booked and they told him to cancel because they were going to be providing local aid for the public. It wasn't. It was a scam to try and get the room rehired at a much higher rate, and it hasn't gone. And see, because of radio, that makes perfect sense. Well, congratulations, well done. Hopefully you got yourself a decent gig for that. It sounds a lot of fun, to say the least. And right, so no, you don't have the license to do trailers for trucks, but you can still drive the actual trucks themselves. I've got to say, if I won the lottery and I have millions in the bank, I would actually have an American big rig truck as my usual vehicle to get around town. Because who on the highway is going to argue with an American big rig truck? You can be in the most flash car in the world like a Jaguar or a Range Rover, you're not going to win an argument against an American big rig truck. It's like, I'll give you health and safety, smash. Very like Robert Patrick as the T-1000 in Terminator 2 or Joule from the Stephen King novel. Like, I am coming through, get out of my way or I will flatten you. I'm not got much aggression, honest. Absolutely, Queen, yeah, it was a massive dick move. Apparently, people tried to do it with Airbnbs, but when Airbnb found out, not only did they refund the people who'd had the issue come, they then worked with other Airbnb hosts to move their booking to that hotel and banned the people who tried to do the scalping from ever trading on their site again. So it has to be said that sometimes you can get some good out of it. Yeah, so that's pretty awesome, Fiona, if you're covering the Eurovision for radio. That's pretty cool. As I say, it's a great exposure for you, so fantastic. I'm not a massive fan of Eurovision. I've always found it to be hilariously awful. Let's not be honest here. I remember one year that Britain scored enough points in the semis, and I wanted us to get relegated, so we didn't actually get into the finals. And then I found out we qualified as legacy people and never had to qualify. I was furious. I'm like, no. I wanted to say that we'd got kicked out of the tournament by someone random like Lithuania or Liechtenstein. I wanted to say we were that rubbish. I wanted to say that Britain once again proves that we're the perennial chokers. And they took it away from me. They took that away from me. How dare they? To be fair, Queen, I must admit, not driving, it's probably the safest bet sometimes. But then again, having control over when you want to go somewhere, that's always good fun. Say tyres wise, just getting onto the yellow, another 7 laps to go, so it's going to be tricky this. I might find 3 or 4 laps where I'm going very, very slow and struggling. Fiona, there's no way that the Gran Turismo movie is going to top the takings for Mario. It's not going to happen. I've actually watched the trailer for the Gran Turismo movie. It looks awful. It looks like a really bad attempt at like a British version of Fast and the Furious. Just going to take a quick coffee break. That's the one advantage of playing a game. You can stop and brake. Right, that's with I think that's the Opel Calibra I'm coming up onto lap. So I've got to be careful there. I don't want to catch that car at the wrong place. It'll cost me a load of time. Getting through the traffic is really important in the endurance races. It's really important to clear traffic quickly, because otherwise you can find yourself getting gobbled up in the pit stops. It takes about 35 seconds to do a pit stop here, so you ideally want to get out ahead again if you can, or at least very, very close to them. Well, Joe, am I wrong? If you look at it, it looks like a really bad attempt at a British version of Fast and the Furious. In fact, speaking of which, the 10th Fast and Furious comes out literally the day I go away. I can't believe they made it all the way to number 10 with that franchise. And am I going to watch it? Yes, I probably will. That's the sad part of that statement. One of the more random facts about the Gran Turismo movie is that Jerry Horner, aka Jerry Spice from the Spice Girls, is going to be in it. I'm still at a loss as to why. I still don't understand. I mean, I will say this, Queen. The reason it's got is literally it's like very, very, like, you know, lucrative franchise. It's got the actors in there. It appeals to quite a lot of people. Yeah, I can see why he made it, but at the same time, I also can't. It's one of those. Yeah, 5 laps on these tyres. This could be a tall order, but I'm going to try it anyway. Trying to feather the throttle as much as I can. Yeah, that's okay. As long as I don't play the game, Snow. What do you mean? What game? Are you telling me there's like a really bad Fast and Furious game? Because if there is, no, it's not going to be a stream series. Unless people really want to see that. And now that I've said that, there's going to be a lot of people saying, you got to play the game, you got to play the game. Ah, you haven't seen a single Fast and Furious, Avian. How can I sum it up for you? Point Break with cars. I think that's probably the best way to sum it up, really. Point Break with cars. At least for the first movie, anyway. Oh, that was somehow a fastest lap. Okay, I don't know how that was. I didn't do anything particularly special, I don't think. I get the feeling I'm going to run out of rubber here, but I'm going to try my best. If I can get to lap 18 2 times, I might be able to run mediums at the end of the race on a 3-stop. I'm not sure if I can make a 2-stop work, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. It's that rear left tyre, that's the problem. My rear left is starting to give up quite badly. I mean, you say that 60 laps is quite long, Fiona. It's not that bad. I'd say it's about a race distance in real life, that. Most races, I think the Miami Grand Prix that happened this weekend was 57. It was the worst game contender for 2020 snow. Oh, good lord. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. I'm absolutely amazed. Yeah, maybe it's best I'll leave that one alone. I did actually years ago play the Fast and Furious arcade game. Yes, believe it, there was one. It was the Fast and Furious arcade. Yeah, you're not wrong actually, Queen. The right rear is not looking that much better either. It's like my tyres are kind of like screaming at me, but I'm not ready to give up just yet. Oh wow, there's 100 laps in GT3 for this race, Joe. That's amazing. I wonder why they cut it. That's interesting. I'm surprised at that. Because that, I mean, it was a 500-kilometre race, wasn't it? Because it was 300 kilometres at 60 laps. Yes, I can actually do maths, people. I know. It's a strange phenomenon. No, your eyes and ears do not deceive you. Snowbeaver, I love looking at the scores on Metacritic. If you look at Gran Turismo 7, it has one of the worst user scores ever, and yet has one of the higher critic scores. Well, of course, the reason for that is that the critics didn't know there was going to be microtransactions in it. I'm surprised at that, Fiona. I thought you'd have travelled outside earlier than that before. Say Manchester to Liverpool's not that long a journey, to be fair. It's about 45 minutes. So it's not a bad one. Let's say if my lap times drop down to about 1:44, I'm going to have to go into the pits. Any slower than that, and I'm asking too much. You're nervous-sighted. I like that. So that's a good fusion. That was when I went to Japan in 2009, and I was like imagining whether I'd be able to clear it through immigration for the first time. And I did. Japanese immigration was very, very strange. I got in, got the visa, no problem. Went down to the customs thing. The guy asked me, what's in my bag, and I've been up for like 30 hours. So I'm like saying things like, oh god, clothes, towels, some chopsticks, some soap. A power strip. I've been up for 30 hours, mate. I search your bag. So I'm expecting him to literally cut my bag open and turn it upside down and send everything all across the floor, like an angry drill sergeant does with an open footlocker. Instead, all he did was run his fingers around the edge a few times, wearing a pair of gloves, and went, "Thank you. Enjoy Japan." It was the most non-bag check I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, what was the point of that? You just cost me 10 minutes for no reason. Ooh, 35 out of 100. Wow. Yeah, that is poor. That's a poor rating. That's pretty appalling. Makes you wonder who coded it to get that kind of rating. Yeah, these tyres are not liking this. It's not quite rally car stage, but it's not far off. Do you remember when I tried taking that Lotus around the Nordschleife and my tyres went and I was literally spinning in a straight line? We're not quite there yet, but we're not far off. I said if I got down to 1:44, I'd have to pit, so this lap time's going to be critical. If I'm anywhere near that, I'm going to pit on the end of the next lap. Yeah. Can I hang on for 2 more laps? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna gamble. Oh, you heard the grip fall away then, didn't you, people? Listen to that. Did you hear how little grip I had at the end then? Oh no, this is undrivable. No, this isn't going to work. I'm pitting. This is almost undrivable now. That's so annoying because I'm going to have to do a splash and dash pit stop. Which is the last thing you want in any kind of endurance race. You don't want to splash and dash. Look, you see how I'm struggling to get traction out of the corners now. I am really struggling. Yes, thank you, Joe, my race engineer there. Box. I'm going to need to. These tyres are absolutely shredded. So I'm possibly going to briefly drop down to second place here. I got the feeling that the Motor Pitwork Z is going to jump me for a few laps. But that's okay. I don't mind that too much. I've got a gap to fall into. Can you hear the wheels spinning on coming out of the corner? It's just not having it at all. In we go, into the box. Yep, we'll refuel as well. We're going to need it. Right, question is, how many units of fuel have I got? Right, 28. Right, so we're going to go to about 50. We're going to go to 60. Right, there he goes. He's just gone past me now. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I've never heard of that snowmobile. What is that? Is that like a movie or a game or what? I've never heard of it. I mean, I'm not a massive Zelda fan, to be fair. So you're not asking the right person. Oh, you can definitely feel the difference already. Even on these ice cold tyres, I can actually get out of the corners. So I'm guessing that 18 laps, so realistically about lap 38 I want to pit again. And then the question is, when do I pit for some mediums so I can just go to the end at high speed? Probably about lap 54 maybe. It's the newest Zelda game. I've honestly not heard anything about it, Snow, so I can't really comment. Yeah, my answer's no, because I didn't even know it was coming out. So we're 1/3 race distance at the moment, people. Now these guys have got to pit soon anyway, because surely they'll be out of fuel if they don't much longer. If they go much longer. In fact, I think is the Motor Pitwork going in? No, he's just overtaking a back marker and doing it very, very slowly. Actually, he pulled out the slipstream way too early. Then he should have done a bump draft like in NASCAR. Got right behind it, got maximum airflow. I'm too far away to get a tow at the moment. That's really annoying. Okay, that's the tow, that's good. If I time this right, I might be able to get a tow out of the corner. That'll do nicely. Thank you very much. Mr. Slipstream, I'm coming. Thank you very much. It's absolutely crucial that you catch traffic at the right time so you can do a move like that one to get through. Otherwise you can find yourself with some serious bother. There's certain circuits where that's not so easy to do. The Nordschleife being a good example. You get someone at the wrong part on the Nordschleife, you're going to be stuck behind them for quite some time. through we go. Okay. He's just out of range to give me a tow. Literally about 10 feet too far ahead. I'm actually liking this. He's weaving on the straight, trying to break the tow. That's actually pretty awesome that the AI is doing that. I mean, I don't have to catch and pass him immediately because he's got to stop. If I can pass him, though, it'll mean that I'm guaranteed to have a pit stop ahead of him. Which is why I'm trying to do what I can to gap him now. And that's what this is known as. It's known as gapping, when you're trying to get ahead and maintain a position ahead of somebody else. For those of you who don't know auto car racing. That early copy for you, is that like for a strategy guide or a review guide? Oh dear. That was rubbish. I wasn't even close to the racing line then. Oh, what the hell? All my talents have suddenly left me. I've lost all my talents. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's try that again. And that's really quite distracting. You guys can't see it, but I'm getting poppers from Steam when some people are joining the games. None of that's happened on any other Let's Plays that I've been watching recently. No. You're not suddenly seeing me probably saying that I'm playing a game there at all. No. So I'm quite interested in the pace that the Motul Pitworks he's got at the moment. He's keeping catch. He's not really closing up, is it? Especially on the tyres. I mean, they're on lap 22, so they should be going for the box any time now, and that means they're on for a two-stop strategy. So I am actually in trouble here. I am actually in a bit of bother. It'll be just my luck to enter an endurance race and then fail to make it because I'm too slow. Not like I'm being that slow in my laps. I mean, admittedly, I had a scruffy lap a minute ago. But my pace otherwise has been quite consistent, so I'm a bit concerned by that. Though that gap is coming down. What I could really do is some traffic. If I get some traffic, that's where he's going to have some real problems. Because you're right, Joe, yeah, that Nissan is being very quick at the moment. The Motul Pitworks Z might not have started on the front row, but it's doing enough at the moment to concern me, that. Oh, this is more like it. This is a much better lap from me. This will tell me how fast in a straight line this car is, and it's pretty quick, so I'm only just catching it up now. Okay. That's helpful, but not 100% because I've got to try and get ahead now. Ah, that's fair enough, If he didn't tell you, then that's fine, but as I say, hopefully it's a good thing for him. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on my rear view mirror, and that Motul Pitworks Z ain't going anywhere just yet. In fact, that gap's closing down. He's closed up. I don't know how, but he's done it. Say, when are they going to pit for tyres? Or fuel, for that matter? They must have incredible fuel economy and tyre wear, because I don't think they've pitted yet. Unless they pitted very early and have been burning through pace on very fast tyres. Well, I don't think they have. We're almost at... We're not far off half race distance. If these guys one stop, I'm in serious trouble. I don't think they'll one stop, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. No worries, Queen, you got to get yourself back to work. That's absolutely fine. Hopefully it's not too bad for you towards the end, and I will catch up with you later on. And at that point, I might have finished the race by the time you're done. We might have finished. We might still be finishing this race off. Yeah, get comfortable, people. We're not done yet. We're not even at half race distance. I say, for those of you who've been watching this, thank you very much. I'm actually amazed that you've sit through this. It's like, oh, you got a 60 lap race? Yeah, I'm out of here. See you later. I think I remember seeing a video, like thumbnail ages ago. Never got around to watching it, where someone actually did a custom race on Gran Turismo 4. That was 200 laps of the Nürburgring. Now, that is insane. That must be a very, 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 very slow race indeed. Oh, okay. We went airborne for a moment then. That's not good for tyre wear. It looked fun, but it wasn't good. So as we continue our robotic attempt at trying to get through as fast as possible. Oh, Joe. That is sadism. That's what that is. That is sadistic. The only way you can make that worse is if you did 200 laps in the Nürburgring in that Mercedes 1886 Benz Motorwagen. Actually, no. When you think about it, it took, what, 4 hours a lap to do that? 200 laps. Oh, lordy. 800 hours. Yeah, no. That's got to defy the Geneva Convention and every other form of war convention in the world to make someone do that. I mean, aside from the 1886 Motorwagen, you've got the Ford Model T Tourer, which can do a lap in 16 minutes. There's that Fiat 500, which can probably do it in about half a day. There's that old Subaru as well, which is similar to the Fiat 500, which is similar length of time. Yes, what are the most torturous races you can possibly do? They have to be up there. Apparently people have done it. There is actually, this Mercedes would easily do it. It's the one that's using the license test. This one's easy. But say the 1886 Motorwagen, I've seen photos on GT Planet of people who've done it. And it's been something silly like 4 hours 16 minutes or something stupid like that. Which is just insane. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I get the feeling that I'm not going to win this race because I don't think that Motor Pitworks Z has pitted yet. And if he's not pitted yet and we're nearly at half race distance, I'm in serious trouble. The only way I can possibly do this is if I can keep the lap. And they have to do a weird second stop, if you know what I mean. But even then it's a tall order this. I'm going to really struggle. Well, say if we lose, we lose. We're doing it as a challenge, as a reasons to challenge run. I mean, I know for a fact that if I was to attempt this race again, I would break the rules and use the Jag XJ220 because I got the feeling that would absolutely destroy this race. I get the feeling that wouldn't be much of a challenge. Probably be able to lap about 5 seconds a lot quicker than this car and do tyre wear not much different. So you might all be asking, why didn't I do it? Well, because this is a challenge game. And I'm trying to at least add some semblance of difficulty. Because again, I'm not really done too much wrong in this race. It's just that Nissan is fast. Way faster than I expected. The only thing that might possibly come to my aid here is they might have slow pit stops, because they might fuel all the way to the top, being the AI, rather than doing what I'm doing, which is like splashing and stopping. I think he's in the pits. Yeah, he's in the pits. He's finally in. This is a chance now. I've got to try and make the most of it. Because unfortunately it's not coming up with the text saying that they're pitting in, which makes life very, very annoying. So if they pitted on lap 27, that tells me they're going to pit again at around about lap 54, which is when I'm thinking of coming in and doing a pit stop for the medium tyres. That gives me a chance, because I'll be able to be on faster rubber at the end of the race. Not a good place to get traffic. I'd like to ideally get them on the main straight. That's not going to help. Oh, this could work out beautifully for me, this. Yep, fantastic. That's perfect. That's exactly where I wanted to pick them up. Here we go, monstering on as we are just about to go onto the lap, which is halfway through the race at 47 minutes for now, so we'll be on for around about 1 hour 40 for completion, I reckon, which isn't too bad considering that we're doing this in a challenge car. There were faster machines available to me, but I've deliberately ignored them. So I'll pit it at the end of lap 18, so realistically I need to get to the end of lap 36, and then once I'm at the end of lap 36 I can at that point get on my second stop, and then if I can keep going to the end of lap 53 it will give me 6 laps on the medium tyre. That will be actually pretty perfect. You wouldn't believe the difference in performance between the tyres in this game. The tyres are ridiculous in this game. The super hard tyres are slow as anything, but they last for a long time. Not as long as the Motor Pitwork Z's. I can't believe this tyres lasted 27 laps. That's ridiculous. That's proper tyre conservation. Okay, this could work. See what I mean about catching traffic at the wrong time? I've caught them at just the wrong time for the slipstream to not quite be effective. Okay, so I'll just do it that way instead. Sorry, that wasn't intentional. I didn't intentionally bounce it out of the way. That just happened. Out to the edge of the pit wall. Oh, interesting. They had to brake halfway through that corner then. Oh, this is the worst place to get traffic. I hate getting traffic there. It is an absolute nightmare to deal with. But fortunately, I was able to get through it. quite impressed that somehow still was in the 1 minute 38s despite that overtaking. I'm surprised. I didn't think it would that fast a lot. Yeah, so far the tyres are doing okay, which is good. So I want to be on the fastest tyre at the end when I can go all out attack. This is kind of like you're used to watching cricket and you're playing the 50 over game. You try and navigate to over 40 and have like 7 wickets in hand so that in the final 10 laps you can start slugging the ball. That's kind of the way I'm driving this at the moment. I'm trying to just tick over, not lose too much ground, so that I can then bolt on the super fast tyres and absolutely go for broke. It's a bit of an 80s style driving approach, but it works. So the nuisance is now I don't know whereabouts on track that motor pit works he is. And because I've not got the timestamps, I've not got a clue as to his gap, which is really annoying. Yeah, I've already planned for the fuel, Joe. I've deliberately put in a certain amount so I can pit it bang on the right time. I've gone slightly over. When I pitted in last time, I'd used just over 50 units. So I went to 60 just in case the tyres lasted better in the second stint. Don't think they will though. Oh, that's amazing, Evie. You've only got 4 more work days until you're on vacation. I don't. I have a half day tomorrow. Then I've got another 3 days this week. Then next week I've got 4 full days and another half day. So I've got 8 days, to be honest. But it's okay. Because I'm looking forward to my vacation. It's been 3 years in the making and we're finally going to have it happen this year. It is going to happen. Reminds me, I need to go and pick up my money on Wednesday, which is why I'm going into the office. Excellent, so far so good. Another 4 laps minimum. Could do with going a bit further if possible, but 4 laps would be good. Any more than that and I'm going to start having that issue last time when I lost all the time. I'm not having that this time. I'm going to make it a free stop, which is one more than I'd like, but I'm just going to have to suck it up and get on with it. There's nothing more I can do. Fuel's okay, not got any issues with fuel. I've not caught this guy at the right time. Blue flag! Blue flag! On for 55 minutes. Not bad. Right, this will give me a rough idea as to how far he is behind by using my actual race time. Hopefully it'll be anywhere between 35 and 40 seconds, but it might be closer, it depends. I also have no idea what his pace is like. It's kind of cool to drive blind in a way, because I can't just rely on the gaps, I'm having to actually really work it. Right, 34, ooh, this is not good. There's only 34 seconds of drift. My only hope is that I can make these tyres get to a point where I can box and either come out ahead of him or literally right behind him and get a very quick draft. If I can do that, I've got a chance. That's interesting. It looked like he lost a lot of time then, and I don't know why. Fuel's red, but we're okay for now. I'm planning 2 more laps. That's the idea. End of lap 36. I'm glad it's passing quick for you, Joe. It's good that I'm managing to somehow still be entertaining. I'm not sure how I'm doing that, but thank you very much. It's good. On the brakes. Okay. Right, it's about 38 seconds of drift now. That's interesting. 1 more lap. That's literally what I need. Here we go, final lap, and then we're going to pit. Going to be going how many laps? 10, about 17 laps. So I'm still going to need about. I'm going to need about 55 units of fuel, I reckon. Yeah, tyres are just starting to go again. They've just got right near the edge of the cliff. Not sure that's the fastest way around there, but it's okay. Dab of the brakes there to try and protect the tyres through that high speed corner, just so I've got enough grip to fly around here at full pelt. Excellent, that worked. So box. Right, this is critical. I need to either come out ahead of him or very close to him. Let's go. That tells me I can get to 55 units of fuel. I don't have enough fuel. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Right, here they come on the main straight now. He's just coming on pit row. Come on, get me to the release. Get me to the release. Maximum speed. Come on, come on. Oh, this is going to be tight. I had to get out of his way then. Make sure he didn't rear end me. Oh, hang on. That's not the same car. That's the Pennzoil Nismo. I've stayed ahead of him. Where is he? Hang on a second. Where's he gone? What the hell happened? I'm confused. Where's he gone? Yeah, nice job, but I don't understand it. Where did he go? It's like I suddenly got nearly a minute of time on him. Where have I gained all that time? Has he boxed again? If he has, then why? Why is he boxed after only 10 laps? That doesn't make any sense. I'm confused now. I'm really confused. Have they gone hard, medium, hard or something like that? I'm not sure what's going on here. Either way, it works. Somehow I kept the lead, but I'm confused as to how. If he's right behind... I didn't think he was right behind the Pennzoil. I thought that was the Toyota Supra. But if he is behind the Pennzoil, then brilliant. I couldn't have timed that better if I tried. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's behind the Pennzoil. I think he's somewhere else. I was at that corner at 7 seconds when his time flashed up. That suggested he would have been crossing the start-finish line at that point, and there was no one at the start-finish line on the radar. I'm really confused. He's somehow lost all the time, and I don't know how. I'm really, really confused. Well, either way, we're in the chance. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. I don't know. This is the new way to play GT4. Have it so the time splits are actually disabled, so you've no idea where the other race on. You have to react as best you can. It's actually a really cool mechanic. It's completely unintentional, but it's good. And unlike Fernando Alonso, we can't look at the TV screens while we're driving and see how our teammates are overtaking. That was trolling when he said that. Nice move by Lance into turn 1. I'm like, focus on your own race, you bloody idiot. If you've got time to watch the Grand Prix, you've got time to catch up to the Red Bulls and win the race. Get on with it. Stop watching the race and put the foot down. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, basically in the Miami Grand Prix yesterday, one of the drivers for Aston Martin, Fernando Alonso, literally was driving his car and he was nowhere near the point on the circuit, and his teammate overtook someone with a really good move. He's not wrong. But he then came on the team radio and went, nice move by Lance into turn 1, keep it going, mate. And I'm like, focus on your own race and catch up to the Red Bulls who are winning the race. Stop watching your teammate. Stop trolling the audience. Well, maybe you had that feature from Sky, you know, where you could have like onboards from all the drivers, get his teammates on board and his steering wheel or something, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you actually, Joe. It is more challenging because it means that for any of the really long races, like the 8-hour endurance races or the 24-hour endurance races, we're going to be making a lot of notes as to where the other drivers are and what our strategies are going to be. That's going to be really quite interesting. I got my braking point all wrong now. I'm lucky I didn't hit the wall. That was very sloppy. I say, wherever the Motor Pitwork Z is not behind me, so right now I can just focus on keeping my driving line, which has not gone very well on this lap, so I better get back to it. Just coming up to 2/3 race distance when I wanted to pit, but the tyres were screaming too much. Can't hold on, Captain. And for those of you asking why didn't I just go faster, well, that would have burned the tyres out faster. Why didn't you go slower and preserve the tyres? Had I gone too slow and lost the lead, I was in a catch-22. Oh, what was that? I turned in too early then. That was rubbish. I'll do nicely. Got a nice smooth strategy here. So the good advantage is that if I'm right and they have to pit again, I'll have the pit stop I need to go onto the faster tyres and win the race. That's the aim. Whether the game's going to have it right or not, I don't know, but that's the plan. I do find it interesting that the tyre manufacturer they're advertising around this circuit is Firestone. They're the American affiliate of Bridgestone, who are Japanese. So we're in a race in Japan, see Bridgestone there, but they're advertising their American affiliate, which isn't available in that country. That makes almost no sense to me. I don't get that one. But then again, this is a game from 2004/2005, so maybe things have changed. Yeah, it must be said, having a more modern controller where you've got more modern analog controls on your steering and your braking and your acceleration totally transforms this game. Back in the day, if you wanted to use analog control, you could use analog control for your steering, but your brakes, you either had to apply minimal pressure to your buttons or use the right analog stick in a weird forward and down motion, which just did not work. It was rubbish. Another 11 laps and I can pit for some very fast tyres, they look. "130 miles we've done now in this race. I know that 'cause this car had no miles on the clock when we started. I'm interested in what car we're going to get from this. Hopefully it'll be something good. I imagine it's going to be a JGCC car because it's a Japanese race. We've already had like they've got the Sylvia Caves, we've had the Motor Pitwork Z, we've had the other Nissan Pitwork Z as well. So maybe we'll get something like the Zaxxel Skyline or the FTO Limited Edition. But then again, they might surprise us and give us something really old school like an RCP 92 Le Mans car or something. Who knows? So one thing I like about this game, you've not got a guide telling you where the cars are. It's quite interesting to see what you roll when you win. You can get cars you don't expect from events you wouldn't see coming. Something from the 1890s. Well, Japan didn't have any cars until the 1930s, so I suppose it could be like the first Honda maybe, or something like that. We'll find out, Avian. We'll see if you've been prophetic, and if you have, I'm blaming you. And you will get a... I don't know what you'll get. A laugh, that's what you'll get. You'll laugh at my misfortune. Went a bit wide then, that's not the best line. Not only is it slower, but it puts extra strain on the tyres. Fortuitously though, I don't have to go as far here. I've given myself a couple of laps grace with my idea of going in at the end of lap 53, sorry, not 33. Hopefully I'll be able to go straight onto the medium tyres, and that should give me a better chance. They'll warm up faster and they've got more grip. They burn out a lot quicker, but with only 7 laps to go, we should find it relatively straightforward. I'd be very surprised this car can't do 6 or 7 laps on the mediums. If it can't, then I'm going to have a very interesting end of the race. That said, obviously I've got Con coming up later on this month, and I can't wait. That's going to be amazing. Going to Alamo North in Canada, and then next month I've got SunnyCon here in Newcastle in the UK, so I'm looking forward to both of those. I've already started a plan for a ridiculous cosplay for next year, but if it happens, it'll be one that I can only do in the UK. Not because it's like restricted in other countries or anything like that. It's just that one particular part of it I would never ever want to risk going international once I've unboxed it here in the UK. As for what that is, all I'll say is it's an SMT Persona cosplay, which is going to require some planning, and will also be very difficult to move around in. It's one of those cosplays. And no, it's not Mara, before any of you think to suggest it. That is not happening. I'm nixing that right now. Oh no. That's a bad one, that one, Avian. Someone coming in saying that while you're on a Teams call. I've seen that kind of thing happen. It's, yeah, that has caused major problems, must be said. And, no, not Mother Harlot. That would be a really interesting one to do, don't get me wrong, but there's no way I'd be able to get the frame for that. I don't know what to call it. Hydra that she rides? Like a Hydra snake thing? Yeah, there's no way it's that. It's not Mother Harlot. It's not quite as unwieldy as Mother Harlot, to be fair. You're on the right lines, though. It is one of the demons/personas that I'm planning. You are on the right lines. As I say, there's one particular part of it I would never risk going international. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. Oh, no you don't. You are not Eddie Irvine on Ayrton Senna. Get back behind me. Get back behind me. Don't you dare unlap yourself. Get out of my way. No, don't tag my car, Mr. Astra Driver. It's not my fault you're in a slow car. Get back in line. Get back in line. Know your place. Get back in line. Back behind me. Respect the blue flags. Get out of my way. No, don't come up my jacksie. Don't try and pump me off. Get out of my way. I'm the leader. You're being lapped. Get out of my way. No, that car was not cooperating, Avian. You're not wrong. That car was being a total asshole. And he said everyone laughed at your panic, Avian. I'm not surprised, to be fair. I'd have been exactly the same. I'd have been like, well, we'll have to lodge a concern at work for that one. And I'd have been doing all those kind of jokes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today's Vauxhall Astra, courtesy of Opel Astra, of course, the American version. Opel Astra being driven by Andrea de Cesaris. He's back. He's haunting me even now, Andrea de Cesaris. He'd have been proud of that one. Well, I'm glad you found that one funny, Joe. At least something good came from that. That was incredibly frustrating. That was the equivalent of the 50-mile-an-hour lane hog in the middle lane of the highway. For those of you who've been in that situation. Yes, I know the speed limit is 70 miles an hour, and I know I'm going very slow, but I'm staying here in the middle, and you're going to sit behind me. And then the cops pull them over. I'm not even risking it here. That's right, out of my way. I'm not going through that again. I had to do a Daniel Ricciardo then, but there was absolutely no chance I was getting stuck behind that guy. One's bad enough. Seven laps. How much fuel are we going to need for that? Probably going to need, to be safe, maybe 40, I think. 40 units would be a safe number, I think. Probably too much now, think about it, but in this game, if you run out of fuel, you get locked to 50 miles an hour. And if you have that happen at the start of a lap, it's a very, very slow lap indeed, and I don't want that. Not after over an hour, nearly an hour and a half of racing. I want to get this put to bed and enjoy it. Yep, starting to get understeer now, so slight bother being caused here. Now you see that cop? Yeah, that sounds about right actually, Avian. Yeah. Cops let everybody who's 170 plus go because they couldn't keep up. I remember hearing a story once actually where someone actually got off from a speeding ticket because what happened was they were going something silly like 95 or something daft like that. And it was in it was an old Vauxhall called the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton, and it was basically Lotus had just put a ridiculous engine in it and turbos and made the car way stronger than a regular model. And the cops eventually were chasing after this one. They couldn't get near it. And then finally one of them pulled over and the cops put the blues on twos on, pulled them over and went, "So, do you know why I stopped you today?" And the guy just went, "Because I let you." And apparently the cop laughed and went, "You do realise it's dangerous to go at excessive speeds?" And he went, "Yeah, that's why I'm doing it now when it's like 4 o'clock in the morning and there's no one on the road." And the cop let him off, gave him a really like slap on the wrist for it. Of course, the Lotus Carlton, for those of you here in the UK, know that car gained notoriety because it's being used by ram raiders. Because like police cars at the time were like Rover Metros and they were like top speed of like 82. The Lotus Carlton just went, 484 horsepower go, boo, and like fly, but just blast past everything. The only thing I could keep up was the police helicopter. The police helicopter's like, yeah, it's going north at this speed, and the cops are like, it doesn't matter where it's going, we can't keep up. It got to the point where one Lotus Carlton ram-raided a store and made off with something daft like £11,000 worth of cigarettes and alcohol 200 yards from a police station. They literally just gunned it and the cops couldn't keep up. As I say, there's a video about it on YouTube, you can watch it, why the Lotus Carlton was like, there was actually one point where the police were petitioning the government to ban the car and say there's no reason for it. But the British government once said, well, you can get a BMW M5 that does that, you can get a Mercedes CLK that does that. Why should we be hampering our own trade? This is a car that could rival those machines. No, we're not banning the car, we're allowing it. One of the few times a Conservative government actually did something that people could get behind. It's like the audacity of it. It's like when I posted that picture a while ago on my community tab of the Matador going, nobody ever dared rob a burglar alarm factory before because no one has the audacity of the Matador. It was a bit like that. It was like they were channeling Matador from the Daredevil comics. I saw another video from a guy based in the States who talks about owning a like an ex-Crown Victoria police car, and while they had spotlights on it and a radio and a CB and everything else, and like a speaker, they obviously didn't have actual police decals, so they obviously couldn't make it, so they didn't have lights and they didn't have the decals, but they had like spotlights. And apparently they got word that the mates were hosting a party, so they decided to all put on the hats and the aviator shades and pretend to bust the party. So they turned up, shone spotlights on the house, and all of a sudden they're like, Kip Barron, come out of the house. Come out of the house with your hands in the air. We know you're in there, Kip Barron, come out of the house. And of course, like the mate comes out in tears, hands on the head, thinking about to get carted off to prison. And one of them just goes, open the cooler and get us a beer, you idiot. When you got friends that mean, who needs enemies? It's like, come out of the house. Come out of the house with your hands in the air. This is your last warning. Hands in the air now. Come out of the house. Not too bad. 3 more laps. I need to do lap 51, 2 and 3. If I can do that, then we're hopefully going to be golden to go onto the medium tyre and then absolutely set the times ablaze. Maybe dropping down into the 34s or something like that with any luck. I doubt we'll go much faster than that, but it depends really, because if the tyres can grip the circuit really well, we might really set some lap times afire and do enough to make up the difference from the pit stop. So far, so good. Yeah, I can just start to feel the grip start to go away. There's enough grip to get round a couple more times, but this is going to be touch and go. I could risk boxing at the end of this lap, but I don't want to. I might gamble on boxing at the end of the next lap. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea with the sliding I just had them. We'd have lap 53, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 laps-ish. 7 to 8 laps. On medium tyres, should manage that. To be honest, with the way I'm sliding... Yeah. You know what? We're going early. We're going for an undercut. We're going to gamble. Right, fuel-wise, we're probably on about 18, maybe 15 units. Right, yeah, we're gonna gamble, go as high as 40. 40 units should easily see us to the end. Okay, so far we've still got the lead as well. You know what? I think we're going to be clear here, guys. Boom, let's go. Right, this will be the acid test now. Just how long can these tyres last? Well, for first things first, I'm not sliding, which is a great start. I just hope that I've not underfueled the car. If I've underfueled the car, we're in real trouble, because I'll have to splash and dash, and I don't want to do that. It looks like we're well in the clear though, which is a real surprise. Oh Lord, the difference in these tyres. They have so much more grip. They are so planted coming out of the corner. This is tremendous. Even on ice cold tyres, I feel like I'm sticking to the floor. This is amazing. I do like the fact that they really simulated the difference between the compounds in this game. The compounds feel so different to each other. You are gaining tons more grip on the medium tyre. It's to the point now, I'm coming out of the pits and I'm not that slower than most top times. Yes, apparently I only lost 7 seconds. That's extraordinary. Oh, wow. I think we are golden to finish the race here, guys. I get the feeling we are very, very fast indeed. Yeah, I'm already about 2 seconds faster. Already. I just have so much more grip. Wow, a 35.1. I've just broken my own lap record by 2.5 seconds in this race. I've absolutely decimated the time. The tyres are green, we've not even got to the yellow phase, and we've got another 6 laps to go. Oh, you are not ruining my day this time. Get out of my way and stay out of my way. Not this time, Vauxhall Astra driver. Back in your lane, you hog. Leave me alone. No, I don't hold grudges. I just have a very firm memory. Absolutely not. I'll be crossing the line to take the 60th lap. Rest assured of that. I'm not running that risk, Avian. You're not wrong. Yeah, super hard, medium. That was my strategy for this race. Considering, as I say, that I'm using a car which is not ridiculously overpowered. This is looking like a hot lap, this. Completely needless, but we might as well take it while we can. Say, it's all well and good talking about not celebrating before we're taking the flag, but we've got to get to get there first. We've still got more laps to navigate. So let's not pop the champagne corks just yet. Fuel should be good. I'll be surprised if we run out of fuel now. So that's a great start, definitely. How close are we to the finish now? This is the problem when you get to this point of a race. You know the finish line is close, and it's the one time where you start to fall off the road. It's the one time where you think you're in the clear. And most people actually relax at this point, knowing they can't be caught. I'm the other way around. I'm just thinking something's going to go wrong. Time this right, I can actually draft him before the corner. Yes, perfect. Thank you. I'll do nicely. Absolutely bossed my way through that traffic. That Astra holding me up before has made me clear, get through here as fast as possible. Leave no stone unturned. New fastest lap into the 34s. I said that might be possible, and I was right. I'm glad I'm not alone in that thought process, Avian. Yes, it's just like you always prepare for the worst. That's my mentality. Expect the best, prepare for the worst. But this has been actually really, really relaxing and calming. I've found it so nice to just get out there and drive. Right, we're coming up to traffic again. Well, I think I'm going to catch it at the perfect time. Oh yes, we've got a full straight of draft. Maximise that. Yes, a 34.1. Thank you for the slipstream there. 0.8 of a second I just got thanks to that draft. So there's the Zaxel skyline. I can definitely feel the tyres going, but there should be enough rubber to get me to the end, and there's definitely going to be enough fuel. All I've got to do is keep my cool. Me? Cool? Who am I trying to kid? That was aggressive. I drafted him in the middle of the corner. But I had to make sure I didn't get held up through here, because it's very difficult to get past at this point due to the high speed nature of the circuit. Might sound crazy, but when you've got a high speed circuit area and everyone's flat out, it's extremely difficult to get past, because that's the point when everyone is set on speed. So unless you've got a very strong engine, you're not really going to have the opportunity to get past them. You need the braking zone. Another 34. Excellent. So the pace in the is definitely in the car, but that front left tyre is worrying me. That front left tyre has gone off worse than I thought it would. I'm surprised. It just shows that my style of driving puts quite a lot of pressure on the tyre because of the way I carry speed through the corners. I sound like I'm like some kind of professional coach or a driving school here. I'm not. I can assure you of that. It's just I have a feel for the car, and I like to let it draft out wide, carry as much speed as possible through the corners. But it's funny, you think by being smooth you're likely to take less out of the tyres because you're not like sending them in different directions. But the problem is, if you're smooth, you often carry a lot more speed, which puts loading on the tyre and damages it that way. So it's one of those. It's like, just because you're smooth doesn't mean you're going to be a tyre protector. You can shred your tyres by being the smoothest driver in the world. If you're very smooth or very fast, the tyres will have to run out of rubber at some point. So here we go, one more lap. The tyres are on red, the fuel's on red, and I am driving the red dot down the main straight for the final time. We're going to go onto the final lap. All that remains now is to not screw this up. So this is going to be one of the slower laps I do this one. I've got the time to play with. I'm just going to make sure that I keep it relatively clear. If I do a 145, it'll be enough to get me the win without a problem. You can see where I'm struggling for understeer now because the front left tyre has just gone away from me. So it gives you an idea of how long you can run the medium tyre for, but you can't run it for too long. Even so, we're still similar to the pace we were doing earlier in the race, so it's not like we're slow, but we're slower. And because of that, that's fine. We are on to succeed. Here we go. We've literally got 3 corners left. Well, 4 if you count the kink in a moment. And here we go, it's the final time. We're under the bridge, we're going past the Sony building. We're weaving left and right. We are coming here to take the checkered flag. We take the victory. Check it out. The cars from the 90s bookended the positions. The winner was from 92 and the final car was from 94. But we won. We made it. So 200,000 credits in the bank. They'll say thank you very much. Yes, you say that's awesome, Joe. It felt awesome. So let's back out. We did it in 1 hour, 41 minutes and 6 seconds and then 0.303. Not bad for 60 laps. So the question is, what's our reward other than the cash? What have we unlocked? Here we go. I was right. The Mitsubishi FTO Super Touring car. Nice looking car, actually. It's very similar to the FTO Limited Edition that was in Gran Turismo 1. And for those of you who played Gran Turismo 1 and Gran Turismo 2, the FTO Limited Edition was one of the most broken cars in that game. It was so broken that in the sequel, in Gran Turismo 2, they made it a license test car you had to get all gold on to get. Because it broke the game that much. But there we go. So, we have that golded. We have done ourselves one of the endurance races. How awesome is that? Now, I'm going to stay in the Mercedes-Benz because I want to see if this is actually viable in any of these. SL? Oh, it's not an SL, is it? It's an AMG. Legends of the Silver Arrow. Oh, it qualifies. Excellent. Okay. Let's do a manufacturer series. We might as well. We'll chalk off one of these while we can. We're in a car which is legal, apparently. I'm expecting this to be... Oh, yeah. Apart from the SLR McLaren, I don't see anything of real danger here. Let's give it a try anyway. We have tyre wear to worry about, so we've got to monitor our tyres. We've only got 3 laps, so we should be fine. Yeah, so there's the SLR McLaren, which was brand new when this game came out. And I'm just like, AMG Touring Cargo, boo. Right, downhill braking zone at Fuji. Bit strange that we've gone straight to Fuji for a race in a European manufacturer, really, but hey-ho. No big deal. So as I say, this is a very fast circuit indeed, but we're on the 90s configuration, I think. Yeah, we are. So there's the tight hairpin at the top corner. Bingo, thank you. I don't actually know if I'm still on the super hard tyres here. I don't know if it's changed my tyres from the race or not. I mean, it's not likely to be much of a threat, let's be honest here. I don't think we're exactly in danger. Yeah, this definitely isn't the medium tyres. There's no grip. So this is going to be, well... does the map measure in miles? You know, how far ahead are we going to finish here? And no, I'm not going to cheat. I'm actually going to take the chicane. As for how long can I play tonight, Joe? Realistically, I'll be on for another couple of hours, I think. I've got work tomorrow, but A, it's only a half day, and B, I'm working from home. So, to be honest, it's more a case of when I'm tired more than anything. So I'll be on for at least another hour, but I'm aiming to try and come on for around about 2. I am going to very briefly have to take some medication in a minute, but that's not a big deal. I've just got to wait for a little while longer before I can do that. Right, round about 120 metres, I reckon, to account for the gradient. There we go, perfect. Yeah, we're already about 18 seconds clear here, so I think we're quite likely to win this one. I get the feeling this is going to be a bit of a formality. I'd say it's my first stream back, so I don't want to do a short stream for you all. You know, I mean, like, aside from the guest stream with Nerdy Hound, it's been a while since I properly streamed, so that's why I'm hanging out for a bit while longer. As I say, I want to see what we get from the Legends of the Silver Arrow, and then from there, I don't know, I might do some of the special conditions tests, unless I can get something special for another series. I would like to do the DTM Championship, but I don't think this car's powerful enough. So I might need to either modify this car or find another car that's potentially possible to win it. Oh, that was a bit of an understeer moment there. And then I've understeered onto the grass. Yeah, not the fastest way around the circuit, that, people. Driving off track onto the grass, no. You might be surprised, but that's not very fast. Still, it's new fastest lap. Yes, good. Thank you for the reminder on that one, actually. Reminder about the penalties. I forgot all about those, Joe. Thank you for that. Thank you for giving me the reminder. I'd forgotten that was one of the things of that game. Could also try doing some of the driving missions ones as well. So it's good. There's a few things we can try tonight, but we're not doing any more endurance races. We've done one. Yes, Adrian, so long as it doesn't involve coffee and a particular additive. Yes, you gave us the unholy creation. You will always be responsible for that. I will not let you forget it. For those of you who saw the Crisis Core stream, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The thing is, Joe, you've done me a favour. At least you made me remember now before it actually happened. You've actually done me a favour, so I was being genuine, thank you. You've actually reminded me of something I forgot about. Right, we're on lap 3 of 3, so I think we're in position to win this with relative ease. So let's... Yeah, 1A spec point, it was definitely not likely to be a loss. Yeah, I just thought I'd get that out of the way now. I had to take a antibiotic. That's the only thing I had to do. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just a minor thing that I've got some slight medication for. Oh! We're at the Nürburgring, yeah? We are going to the Nürburgring. What a place to take the German cars around, it has to be said. We are going to the Nordschleifer, yeah? Yeah, I was right. They still got us on super hards, which is fine because, you know, at the end of the day, that's why I used them for the endurance race. So that's fine. Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. So, 1 lap on the medium tyres we should manage. It's when you use 2 laps on the medium, you're in trouble. Yeah, so fleet of Mercedes-Benzes enter the legendary ring, which was where we had Sabine Schmidt. She was the unadulterated queen of the ring. I don't think we've got the SLR McLaren in this race, so this should be really, really easy. Yeah, we don't even have the SLR, so we should find this not difficult at all. This is the only problem with this circuit. It's very, very narrow. Getting past is incredibly difficult. Yeah, I agree. If the AI crashes into you in the special conditions, you're the one at fault. It's really annoying, but you know what's really, really frustrating? That's remained the same in Gran Turismo 7. There's times where the computer ran into me when I was doing the Tokyo Expressway grind, and they'll come saying, car collision, 10-second penalty, and I'm like, no, it's collision car. They hit me. I did not hit them. Right, okay. Mercedes DTM Touring Cargo Burr. Let's go through. We're here on the Nordschleife. Get comfortable, guys. We've got about another 6 minutes of driving here. Oh, a little bit of a pop on a wheelie there. That's not the fastest way around that corner. No matter though. Here we are, 177 miles an hour. Am I braking? Am I out? Nope. Oh, I've hit the grass. I hit the grass. That's what happened then. I caught the edge of the grass and it just sent me offline. That was 100% my fault. That would have been an instant retirement if there was damage on. But as this is PS2 era, there was no damage license. So we got away with that. We shouldn't have done, but we did. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't recommend getting Gran Turismo 7, Joe. You would be very, very disappointed. There's a load of videos about it online. Ruffle Waffle has done some very good series actually about all the problems of Gran Turismo 7. And they're still not done. They've done like a 4-part series. They're all like 20-odd minutes each, and they've still not got to the end of it with all the problems he's identified. Yes, I will be doing other streams, Avian. I'm going to be streaming this game pretty much exclusively now. The only reason I've not got them scheduled is because I didn't know what we were doing tonight, so I wanted to say what races we're doing, ideally. So I'm going to decide at the end what races we've done, what races we've got available, and then I'm going to schedule one for Wednesday, one for Friday, and then the week after I'm probably going to do the Monday, Wednesday, and that's it. So it's going to be 5 or 6 streams in total, including this one, before I go on my vacation, and I'll be gone for 3 weeks, I'm afraid, people. So in terms of preparing for the trip, there's not much I need to do now, to be honest. There's a few minor bits of shopping, and I also need to pick up my my cash, which I'm doing on Wednesday. Actually, I've already got it ordered, so I'm going to go pick it up. I also need to have a word with my bank because I need to make sure they don't block a card transaction that's pending. I don't want to be only 5,000 miles away from home trying to explain to my bank why I need them to release some cash for me. Not my idea of fun. But yeah, so I'm focusing on this game for now until after the trip because it's a nice little way to ease myself back in. Something where I can do a bit of chatting with the audience, do a bit of racing and have some fun. You know, the idea is to not like have ourselves completely blown out really. I say I'm really hoping that a final item for one of my cosplays arrives in time, but I get the feeling it won't. At the moment it's somewhere in, I don't know, somewhere between Asia and the UK. Well, in terms of popcorn, let's say I'm one of those salted people. Let's say salt and pepper sounds fantastic. Let's say I'm one of those people. I'll eat it almost any as long as it's literally, you know, it's comparable to my diet, which is vegan. So, as I say, it's like I've had all kinds. I was at a bar in Manchester, and they actually sold popcorn. One of the things they did was put chili in it. Chili popcorn. You think it's a bad idea? It's not. It's absolutely gorgeous. Salt and pepper, delicious. Salted by itself, delicious. Yeah. It's weird. I've always preferred the more savoury popcorn to the sweet for some reason. I think it's because it's like you're almost eating potato chips. I think that's the reason why. Let's say, I mean, we are quite far ahead here. We are quite a long way into this race. So one of the things about this game that I liked, which modern racers have kind of done away with, and I wish they didn't, was that you didn't have a guiding line. You had to learn the circuits yourself, learn your own way to drive the circuit. You know, in the modern games of all, like, you know, the green arrows and everything else, it means that, like, basically you're following the line. You're not really learning much about the circuit. It's like there, I knew those corners. Oh yeah, dill pickle, no thanks. I don't do pickles. That's one thing I will say. Anything vinegary is no. That's an instant no from me. Right, so here we are. We're likely to hit top speed. No worries. Enjoy your meeting, I guess. I say enjoy. I know what meetings are like. So we're topping our 181, which is pretty fast for a touring car, actually. It's pretty fast speed. Bit of downhill acceleration there, 183. We're barreling in at a very high speed. And then we're on the brakes. Oh! Oh, screw it, I'm going to win in the pits. I lost control. That was trolling. That was complete and utter trolling. So that's the second one of these races done. We've got one more now in Opera Paris. And then hopefully we'll get a decent reward. It's the Legend of the Silver Arrow. So it makes me think we might get possibly like the old Gullwing, maybe. Like the old Gullwing SLS car or something like that. And yeah, Joe, as I say, it was completely accidental. I don't know what happened. My rear wheel traction just disappeared. So I thought, oh, well, I'm here now. I might as well go through the pits. Being told you can't stop on the final lap. Well, yeah, I wasn't intending to. I was doing a drive-through. Consider it a drive-through penalty. Yeah, that's what happened. I got given a drive-through penalty. Right, so we've got 3 laps only to get around. This circuit's really annoying, actually, because there's not really many places to pass. It's actually a very frustrating circuit. Well, that helps. I already got past one car before the start line. I'm quite happy with that, that's fine. And there's an SLK compressor. He can get out of my way. The road-going version of my car, he can get out of my way too. Is that an A-Class? What's a random MPV doing in this race? Get back in the car park, Karen. Get off my racing circuit. Get off my circuit. Go back to the mall, you soccer mom. Get out of here. Watch it now, it'll be Sabine Smith's driving it and she'll come past me and start giving me the fingers. Wow, for some reason this car has now suddenly got very little rear wheel traction on these tyres. It was absolutely fine on the super hards, but suddenly it's lost all grip, which makes no real sense, that. But that's fair, no big deal. Yeah, the A-Class made Paris similar to real life. You're not wrong actually there, Joe. It was like, oh, get out of my way, you road hog. Although to be fair, they'd be in Citroens and Peugeots more than likely. And Renaults. Oh, no. Turned way too early then. Yeah, this car's a little overpowered for this series, it must be said. But hey, it's legal, so if it's legal, that's all that matters. Very nice. Yeah, that was pretty smooth. Welcome back, Queen. You missed the end of the endurance race, which went very well, and then we've had a couple of races now in the Mercedes Legend of the Silver Arrow. You also missed a random MPV car suddenly turn up in the middle of this race, a Mercedes A-Class. I'm here in my super fast DTM car. I've got a supercar and a Mercedes SLR McLaren. And then some random Karen that was left the mall and decided to try and hog the road in the centre of Paris. I put her in her place and sent her back to the car park. Oh, yeah, I'm really underestimating that corner multiple times, aren't I? I'm being far too arrogant in that chicane. Remember to me, stop being so arrogant. And before you all say, you, not arrogant, I know. You don't have to tell me. Well, this race is pretty much a formality at the moment, but let's not count our chickens just yet. See what I mean? I came very close to getting stuck in that outcrop there, and I could have easily ended my race by getting stuck and trying to find reverse. It's weird, it's suddenly getting loads of understeer for no reason, and I'm wondering why that is, because the tyres haven't gone off. So the answer to that must be the way I'm driving the line. I'm driving the wrong line for this circuit, which wouldn't surprise me, because I don't like this circuit. I really don't like Opera Paris. Still, it's done, it's in the rearview mirror. And the question is, what's our reward going to be? Yeah, see, there it is, look at it, the Mercedes A1 600 Avant-Garde. It's like, what was that even doing there? Well, to be fair, it's not as bad as that Citroen 2CV, if you remember that one we did the European Classics series. That was a slow car. That had no place being on the track. So there we go, we won that. I'm hoping that means we're going to possibly get a prize car here. Because we've done the manufacturer tournament. The question is, what's it going to get us? Oh! Oh, hello! I have an idea. I know what series we're going to do now. We're souping this car. We're souping up that car. We are doing the DTM. That's what we're doing. That is a very nice car. That's beautiful. That's a very, very nice car. That's a classic touring car. I'm just going to very quickly check my settings. I'm sure I set it to the high res mode, but I want to double check. Just the way that car model looked then. No, it's there. You can see HD TV. So it's definitely the right one. It was just something about the way the car looked seemed to make me think I might have left it on normal output. But I had not. Right, first of all, let's change the oil. I want some extra power. Yeah, it's very jazzy music. Something like that, anyway. That's about as musical as I get, people. And before you all say that was tone deaf and not musical at all, you would be correct. There's no arguing that one. Right, so first of all, what's that done to the power? It was something like 443 before. Yep, 472, an extra 30 brake horsepower. That's great. Doesn't sound like much 30 brake horsepower, but believe me, it's huge. That's a colossal difference. When Formula 1 used to have the KERS system, they would get an extra 80 horsepower. I've just got 30. Yeah, I get the feeling most of these are already going to be fitted, but there might be some potential tune-ups available. Yes, there is. There's a stage 3 engine. Ooh, it's pricey, but look at that power. I think so. We're having that. Thank you very much. We're having that. We're having lots of power. Meanwhile, drivetrain. Fully customizable transmission. Yep, that's fine. I thought that'd be the case. Turbo. Oh. We can actually put a turbo in there instead of a naturally aspirated one. Give it 800 horsepower. Don't know if that's going to be needed. I really don't think so. We'll keep it naturally aspirated for now. Tyres. I definitely need these. I'm going to have... Do I risk hards? I think hards will be okay actually for the series I'm going into. But what I can always do as well is buy these and not equip them. If it turns out I need them because there's not enough grip, then that's fine. Yep, I can get a roll cage fitted to increase the rigidity, but I'm not bothering with that for now. So, with that in mind, we're going to go back to the European events, because here it is, the Deutsche Touring Car Meisterschaft, or DTM as it's more commonly known in everywhere around the world. Although ironically these days it's not really DTM, it's more like supercars. It's all like Lamborghinis and all that kind of stuff, it's really weird. Whereas here it was actual proper cars. There it is. That car, the red one, I believe that's the one that you used, Joe, the Alpha. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the question is, how long is this series? It's a championship. I can qualify. I'm actually going to do a qualifying lap. Just because I want to see how the car drives. Because I've not actually driven this car before. It'd be nice to get some kind of feel for it. Well, it's got a lot of acceleration. The acceleration is very good. I believe the CLK was pretty good in DTM. It was pretty good. I don't know if it dominated because I think BMW were running the M3 at the time, and I also think VW were doing a version of the Passat that was actually pretty fast. But I believe the CLK Tourer was actually very good. Well, it's certainly got quite a bit of pace, this car. I'd say when we did the last lap in the old Mercedes touring car, we were doing like 123s to 121s to 122s, and that was on medium tyres. I'm currently on hard tyres here, so the question is, how fast is this car going to be? It feels pretty rapid out the corners. Feels like it's got a lot more guts than the original touring car I used. If I'd have had this car in the endurance race, we'd have absolutely cheesed it, I think. Okay, here we go. Let's see just how good this car is. Definitely feels fast. I mean, obviously I've not got the exact data from what I did on the previous laps, but I believe I was about 1 minute 20 was my fastest lap. If I'm anywhere near that or much faster, then I think we're going to be okay. The only problem with this circuit is it feels more like one of the special stages, you know, where you've not got really much room to manoeuvre. It's really quite annoying. Still, it's so far operating quite quickly. And the tyres have warmed up very, very fast indeed. It understeers a bit, I must say that much. It does understeer, this car. But it's not to the point that it's undrivable. It's just that you've got to navigate around a bit differently. Bear in mind, we're also on hard tyres here. We're not on normals like we were with the other car. And despite that, we're 3 seconds a lot faster. Wow. On Opera Paris, that is an absolute mullering. But we've got pole position, which is awesome. We've got 2 points in the A-spec for this. Oh, what the hell? The Alpha crashed. Did you guys just see that? The Alpha crashed before we got to the grid. Yeah, so your favourite car, Joe, can't even be driven round here, apparently. Maybe we need to get you in here on 2-player mode. Unfortunately, we can't do that because there's no internet mode for this game. It was naturally turned off. Despite there being an option for network in the options, you can't use it for anything. You can't even use it for sharing best time data. Yeah, you need to coach your driver better, Joe. That guy was rubbish. Well, Joe, it's funny you say you imagine crashing in the very first corner. In 2010 at the Japanese Grand Prix, one of the Marussias actually managed to do that on the way to the grid. They crashed, I think it was, I can't remember who it was now. It wasn't Will Stevens. It might have been Roberto Meri. Actually crashed on the way to the grid. And Alan Prost, the four-time world champion, once did it. Let's not forget as well, the Hungarian Grand Prix, and I think it was 2019 or 2020, Max Verstappen crashed on the way to the grid, and his team had to rebuild the wing and that on the grid, and somehow they did it. I don't know how they did it, but they managed it. So even world champions can make that mistake. Yeah, this car feels fantastic. It's got a lot of power out of the corners. I have the confidence to just get on the gas and go, go, go. Although the understeer is causing a problem. That's the only issue. It feels very weird. It has like an understeer at one point and an oversteer. So I've not quite got the confidence in the corners that I'd like, but the power is enough to gun away. And I think a lot of it is down to me not quite getting the driving style for this. Absolutely, yeah, anyone can make mistakes, even greats, even world champions, even legends. Just because you've done that doesn't mean that you're going to be guaranteed to be the best. It's why they always say that motorsport is dangerous. You could be a well-celebrated champion and one of the best in the world and still have something that ends any hope you have of driving again. I mean, poor Frank Williams, when he had that crash, he was driving in a Ford Sierra or something, ended up crashing, it made him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Well, we're certainly winning this race for now. The question is how many more races in this championship and how long they are, because I'm actually quite enjoying the tour. We're going in touring car mode tonight. We're racing in touring car, and that's okay. Yeah, we're certainly leading from the front at the moment, and that's all that matters. Head past the Cadillac signs and down onto this next point. Oh, gone in there a bit too hot. Oh, got away with that. Oh, that was a brown trouser moment. I missed that post by inches, and had I caught it, I'd have been needing to reverse out. So that was very edgy driving, but it worked. So this car's going to be unfortunately damaging on its tyres. That's one thing I can't say this car's going to be great for. Tyre wear is going to be a problem. But it's fast. And because it's so bloody fast, it doesn't really matter. Exactly, a very close one. I'll have to be more careful next time. Close call with a brick wall. Excellent. We've only got 2 more laps to go. Yep, that's fine. So this circuit has one of the most infamous license tests in the S license to get gold on. It is so hard. You really have to nail it. But yeah, so far we're doing okay. We're not doing too bad at all. Get the old final lap here. Yep, that's fine. Yes, this stream tonight brought to you by Mercedes, because that's all we've driven so far. Mercedes followed by Mercedes. With a cameo from Mitsubishi because of the prize car that we won. Yes, Mercedes, if you get a chance, give me VIP access to one of the upcoming races. Well, it had to happen eventually, but I got away with that. It spat me back onto the course. Memo to me, do not push too hard through that corner. The car understeers a bit too heavily to get through that one at high speed. However, we are going to win this race, and we're going to win it strong. We're going to win by quite a long margin as well. By starting out in front, that was an easy one. So, not bad, just under 8 minutes. 10 points in the championship to me. And 15,000 credits too, so that's kind of cool. Onwards we go to the next race in the series. Oh god, yeah, as long as it's not the 18 and 86 Mercs, we don't want that again. No, you're not wrong. Interesting spread here. We've got the Opel Calibra, we've got the Mercedes CLK Touring. So I've got a teammate in this one who's starting in second place. The Apt Audi TTR Court Touring Car, an Alfa Romeo 155, and then the Classic Touring Car, which I used to win the Endurance Championship. So pretty good. So with this one, here we go. Ah, we got a grid start. Fantastic. Midfield Raceway is an interesting one. We've got 6 laps of this. Yeah, the initial lack of grip off the line has kind of hampered me a little, but now we're in position. So this isn't for a fictitious circuit. This is actually a pretty good one. Oh, what the? Very understeery through there, but luckily I don't know how I actually managed to make that work. I'm happy about it. I say, to my knowledge, this isn't based off any real world circuit. It's a pretty decent circuit, but it's also the kind that you'd only really want to use for club level racing. It's a bit too short, really, for any of the other ones. Though this section here with the mid-chicane braking is actually really kind of tricky. And despite that corner being heavily cambered, it's not that fast to get into. Well, this nice little kink chicane, and then you're on the back straight already. So in terms of a speed, it's actually a very, very fast circuit, this one. That's one thing I do like about it. It's a quick circuit. Although the crowd have gone wild. Check out how many people are in the grandstands there, people. The crowd are going wild. And all these little huts at the side, these little farm huts of very low detail. Oh, curb spat me into the wall. Memo to me, do not underestimate the curbs. So word of DTM, being providing the support race for someone somewhere, judging by the absence of crowd here. Technically that's cheating, but there's no penalties, so I don't care. Because this circuit's got a lot more open corners, it's better for tyre wear. Because you're not quite on the ragged edge as much or putting too much energy through the tyre. You can still make mistakes like that though, which are going to wear your tyre out, but in general, it's quite a forgiving circuit, this one. Midfield Speedway. You know, its name says it all, doesn't it? Midfield. It's why I'd love to see the likes of, say, the MX-5 tournaments or entry-level BMW races here. It's not one to enter in anything really high performance like DTM cars or the GT cars or the prototypes, in my opinion. But the chances are we're going to be doing that as a race at some point. It's not a circuit I'm too familiar with, this one, midfield. That's the only issue. I think that's why I keep on making mistakes. I'm underestimating corners, which I shouldn't be underestimating. That's much more like it. Very, very smooth here. So you can certainly see the gulf in performance thanks to that engine upgrade that I put into this car. The car is leaps and bounds faster. Whoops. Well, it might be leaps and bounds faster, but it's not going to be faster like that. Oh, we've got cows. I just noticed that at the side of the road there. Shows how interested I am when I'm looking at cows at the side of the road. It's a static cow, obviously feeding quite a lot of grass. And no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say the Bad Simpsons joke. I'm going to be good. About to start the final lap. A little bit of pop in there, unfortunately, due to the way the game's being played. Not much I can really do about that. So here we are, very much the final lap this. Try to avoid going off the track this time, and we did. Just. Oh, a little bit of drifting on the curbs there, surprisingly. I was expecting none of that. Yeah, this is pretty good. I get the feeling that if the Nürburgring's going to crop in this again, we're only going to do the one lap. I don't think we're going to be doing 2 laps. And if that's the case, I might switch to medium tyres for the Nürburgring. Oh yeah, look at those PlayStation 1 level little car icons. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep, so the Mercs 1-2 for Mercedes CLK, but interestingly in the championship, that means that I'm way out in front at the moment. This is the slowest pit lane speed limiter ever. It was taking forever to get that car forward then. Excellent. Okay. So on we go. Ah, the high-speed ring in reverse. Interesting. Right, well, I'm not, because this is a high-speed ring and there's a lot of space to move in your car. I'm not risking this. I'm going to stay on the hard tyres. Ah, we've got a grid start. Excellent. Oddly enough, in Gran Turismo 7, this track is back. And it actually is in Japan. I always thought it was like a North American circuit, but nope. I also don't understand how it's a high-speed ring when it's not a ring. Is it just me? I mean, to be fair, the Nürburgring's not a ring either when you think about it, so... ...614 brake horsepower go boo. Yep, so this is the high-speed ring. As we go deep into the banking, maximum power. Take the high line there. Oddly enough, that line, you wouldn't think to use it, yet that's the fastest line to get one of the golds on the licence test in the S licence on GT7. You drive a Lamborghini Aventador, and that's one of the best ways to get around there. Because yes, GT7 actually has licence tests, they're back. And yes, some of the ones that really are redundant are back, including braking after 1,000 metres, learn how to stop your car. I still don't understand why you're forced to keep doing that test. Never understood that. Never will. And now, welcome back, Avian. You say meetings, well, they are a necessary evil, unfortunately, when it comes to corporate world. In terms of what you missed me dominating 2 races here in the Mercedes CLK touring car. And now I'm on my way to dominate a third one by the looks of it. My car is just far too quick. It is a rapid car, this. I'm actually really impressed with this car. I should be able to use this in something else. Maybe in some of the other like lower Formula endurance races, maybe. Yeah, as I say, it's been a bit of a domination this race. Here we go. Off we go, down at high speed. We can get a little more pace out of this car because it was topping out at 197. You had to mute the stream and your co-worker was asking what we were watching. Oh wow. Well, just say it's no one they'll have ever heard of, because oh, that's interesting. The Audi TT's got past the other CLK. That is a surprise. The Audi TT's in second. Yes, see, there it is. The Audi TT still in second place. Here we go, the final corner. As we continue our march towards the DTM Championship. The Mercedes CLK has just been far too powerful, and it crosses the line incredibly quick. Very fast indeed. And oh, the Alpha got past as well. So the other Mercedes CLK is not having a good tournament. Really not doing well in this championship. The Alpha's now in, I don't know who's actually in second place. It might be, ironically, that Audi TT. No, it's, look at that, that's tight. The Audi TT is the second, you got the Alpha, then you got the other Mercedes. Meanwhile, I'm out there in front, 3 wins go boo. No issue at all. So that's race number 3. I don't know how many races there are in this tournament, but we're going to keep going. Yes, it is a nice battle for second place. I feel bad that I've taken away from it with my domination. Right, I'm going to risk it. It's only 1 lap. So I'm going to bolt on. Nope, not that. I'm bolting on the mediums. Yes. I was on super hards, apparently, but not anymore. We're on the mediums. Now, the big question. Will these tyres last? Will I be able to get through the traffic? Because we're not qualifying. We're going big. We're going home. Here we go. We're now on 1 A-spec point instead of 2. Evidently, the tyres have made my car even more OP. The question is, will the tyres last? That's the question. This is where we're going to lose a lot of time because of the way the rolling start happens here in the circuit. There's not much you can do about it. But already, look at that. The CLK is pulling out the slipstream of the other one, and then it's slowed down. No, don't slow down. Don't do that. No. This is where we're going to really see just what this car is made of. This is a test of how good this car actually is. Had to get right on the inside then, but managed to pass it beautifully. Yeah, this car is a wee bit powerful. Oh, the Opel Calibra is holding everybody up. That's awesome. Thank you. You've done me a favour there, Opel. Cheers for that. Thank you. Right, off the gas. Oh, terrible understeer. Into the wall. The understeer killed me then. Luckily, I've kept my foot in it, and off we go. So high-speed understeer is a massive problem in this car. It has high-speed understeer, which makes it a liability for corners like that one. But it is fast out of the corners. It's incredibly quick out of them. And that Opel Calibra has still kept everything behind it. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised it's not been gobbled up on the straight there. That's encouraging for me because it means I'm going to break away even further. So on a circuit like this, obviously traction is really important because of the amount of corners. But speed and actual power is massively important. There's some straights that are like 1.5, 2 miles long. So I'm surprised that the Calibra I can't even say the words. Calibra was able to hold everybody off them. Very surprised. Not that I'm complaining. Because as you say, Joe, it's a nice battle for second place, so if he can suddenly join the battle, having held off people here at the Nordschleife, well, I'm out in front rubbing the rosier, ready to be world champion. And those guys were thinking, who comes second so they can join me in the next leagues? Because barring some ridiculous calamity, I've easily got this in the bag. Now, I say that because, as those of you remember, when I came here on medium tyres with the Lotus, I did have an obvious calamity, didn't I? I lost about a minute of time thanks to my tyres going off. It's still ahead. That's amazing. I am absolutely astonished that Calibra is still in second place. That's awesome. It's normally the car in the back that everyone laughs at. Not today. It's having its moment in the sun. They always say that every dog has their day, and this is the Calibra's day. Well, at least it is for now. There's a bigger battle in this championship than F1 this year. Yeah, sadly, Joe, you're not wrong. This year's F1 season is very similar to the 2004 season, where literally one team just rode away from everybody, and it was literally a case of who's going to finish third on the podium most of the time. And the fans, well, they hated it. It has to be said, the fans couldn't stand it. Of course, the thing is, it's down to the other teams to do a better job than Red Bull, and quite frankly, none of them are up to the challenge this year. Oh, that was poor. That was sloppy. And the Calibra is still there. The Calibra is still holding everybody up, but I get the feeling when it comes to that mile-long straight, that's when it's going to really get gobbled up. But what a performance it's put in. That car has absolutely held on to its lead, apart from when I went past it. It's like, I've dominated it, gone right past, and everybody else has tried whatever they can to get by. And it's been stubborn and resistant, and has held off the challenge thus far. And it's awesome. So here we go, monstering our way forward under the stormy clouds of the Nürburgring. And now that TT has taken over it had to happen at some point. The Calibra had to get gobbled up eventually. What a shame. We should hit top speed here. Be about 198. (97), 98. Can we get 200? Can we break 200? Thanks to a gradient, yes we can. I'm counting it. Oh, gone too fast there. Luckily, I was able to ride it. I saw it coming. This time we're not going to celebrate with what happened to the pits. We're just going to finish the race. And there we go. You always found that Calibra beautiful, but check it out, it's in third place. And is that going to be classified as third? Is it going to get a podium? It has. Unbelievably. Oh, hang on. Now it's showing us getting an extra 6 points. It's classified second. Unbelievable. I don't know what happened there, but the Calibra came second place. Calibra came home. It had its day in the sun, and look at that battle for second place now because of that. That's thrown it wide open. That's amazing. The director was too busy celebrating the victory by the CLK Mercedes team, but you have to take your hat off to Calibra for stepping up there at the Nordschleife. One of the hardest circuits in the world, and they showed just what pace they have. Second place for the Calibra. It actually made it. Unbelievable. That's not something you see every day. And we're at Fuji Speedway for 5 laps of the 2005 GT layout. This was brand new at the time. It was brand new. No game had had this circuit before. Gran Turismo was the first one. So we got a grid start here. And you can see the difference between the layouts because they've actually got all the actual runoffs and everything, which is pretty awesome. This is a version of the circuit not many people drive. Not many people like the 2005 layout. I personally think it's pretty decent. But the problem is all the brake marker boards have been taken off. So where you're used to looking out for your brake marker boards have gone. So you're suddenly driving the circuit blind, and I don't know why they took the brake marker boards out. Because obviously at the time, this was going to be new for the Formula 1 World Championship. Oh. It's the GT layout, we don't go around the chicane. This isn't the way I'm used to. I'm used to it being a hairpin and you come back on yourself. This, of course, was only on the F1 calendar for 2 years, 2007 and 2008. 2007, of course, was the one where it was so wet that half the race was behind the safety car. And yet, Sebastian Vettel still found a way to rear-end his senior teammate from the time, Mark Webber. Right, this is going to be awkward because I'm not sure of the braking point here now. You see the brake marker boards down to the hill, they're not there. So it's actually really difficult to know where to brake. But that little path there to the right, I've walked up that when I came there in 2015 to watch the World Endurance Championship. A race that was won that day by, I think it was by the Audi team actually won that one. I think it was Audi that won it. No, not so, it was Porsche. As we head further down, deeper towards this deceptive corner, which I thought was actually a chicane, and it's not. It turns out it's a little kink. And before you think I'm crazy because I went the wrong way, Kimi Raikkonen famously did that in Brazil in a race in Formula 1. He went off the circuit at Junchao, which is the 10th corner of the circuit. And he decided that he'd use the alternate paddock, which is used by the Porsche Carrera Super Cup for one of the support races. And when he drove up the road, the gate to access the support paddock and back on the circuit was blocked. He had to do a full 180-degree donut. He was not impressed. He cost himself so much time. I still can't get over that Opel Calibra came second in an Nordschleife. That's insane. And it also overtook one of the Audi TTs to do it. That's what's even funnier. It suddenly found pace. I'm not sure I 100% stayed inside the track then. I might have cut that corner. Oh no. Anyway. Okay, beautiful. So on we go. Well, I'm going to be a lot faster this lap. Yep, over a second quicker. That's pretty awesome. I do like this circuit, Fuji. I think it's pretty awesome. It's a shame that they kind of like fell away from it in terms of Formula 1. Although, as I say, the World Endurance Championship do an amazing race here pretty much every year. The only problem is they host it in October, so it normally means it's going to get rain at some point. They don't do it in the middle of the summer, because in Japan their summers are very, very hot. Their summers are boiling. I've been out there in 40 degree heat in the past. Really, really powerful. Yeah, again, you're not really supposed to use the runoff to do that, but if the runoff's there, you can exploit it. And that got me a fastest lap because of that. Not exactly 100% kosher, but what are they going to do? Can't disqualify me, there's no penalties. Yeah, tyres are yellowing, but we're not in any serious danger at the moment, surprisingly. So the tyres are holding up. It means that we're in a strong position. Now, I don't know if this is the final race or if there's any more races after this. I guess we'll find out in a moment. But it's been a pretty dominant performance from this car. Once I put the upgrade in, off we went to the races. Quite literally. Here we go, heading down the final straight for the last time. We're dead centre of the road, we're getting as maximum speed as we can, and it's a new lap record for me, a 1:28.6. Nice. Surprisingly, the Opel Calibra touring car has come ahead of the Alfa Romeo this time as well, so it's punching above his weight, that little car. He's doing enough to keep himself in the running for second. You get the feeling it's just going to fall short. Let's find out. Yeah, it's going to be on 15 points. So it's 5th overall, but not disgracing itself, it has to be said. And that Mercedes CLK Tourer 1 point behind the Audi TT. So there we go. We finished first place in the DTM Race 5. Wow, we've actually won the championship. Awesome. 75,000 credits. Give them to me. Beautiful. So that's another championship in the can. So the question is, what are we going to get for it? What's our reward other than cash? Let's roll back the curtain and find out what we've won. Oh, it's another Mercedes. Oh, hello. That is a Le Mans GT car, when the GT1 class was higher than the prototypes in the mid-1990s. What was almost known as the GT prototypes. Oh, what a beauty that is. That is gorgeous. So it really is a Mercedes stream tonight, people, because I've just won another one. Very, very nice. Let's take a look at this baby then. It's one from 98. There you are, AMG. And it has 797 horsepower at start. That's awesome. Very, very nice. Okay, let's upgrade this baby. First of all, let's get some new oil in it. Yeah, definitely going to need that car. It looks amazing. Don't know what I'm going to use it for at the moment. I don't think there's anything I can use it for. I don't think it's going to be good enough to win the World Championship. And even then, I'm not really in position to race that, I don't think. So I'm going to need that at some point. I'll definitely need that in one tournament. It's a question of when. Well, I'll tell you what. I've just had a really hilarious idea. It's unfair. Oh yeah, 837 horsepower now. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. I'm just going to quickly go back to the European events. I don't think there's any more I can use. It won't be in that one. British Lightweight? I don't think so. Fiesta Italiano? Nope. A French tournament? Definitely not that one. Euro Hot Hatch? No way. It's too new for that. And it won't qualify for that either. 200 horsepower plus top German sports cars. But we have asphalt service races, don't we? Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking it here. There's George Paris. Scabar. Let's find out what's in this one. It's the wet Scabar race. Let's see just how this goes in the wet. I bet it's going to drive like an absolute animal. Up against the SLR McLaren. This car is going to be a nightmare to drive in this race, I think. I think this car is going to be absolutely awful. Even with the downforce settings, this car is not liking the wet surface. It's nice and planted though, I'll give it that. Yeah, I massively underestimated the braking point then. Massively underestimated the braking point. But it's okay. We've got a permanent 1 second penalty now. Yeah, it's very different driving this circuit in the wet. In the British Highway Code, you should leave twice the braking distance when it's wet and 10 times when it's snowy/icy. The problem is I'm not used in a racing car to leaving that kind of distance. I love those fans who have stuck it out there to watch us race. Those fans at the hairpin corner and the fans here at Dunlop. Mass respect to you guys. It almost feels like I'm trying to do a drift event this, but it's working for now. Yes, it's a bit unfair this, to say the least, but it's doing the job, and that's fine. It's got very stable power actually. I'm actually quite impressed at how much grip it has. Okay, it skates across a bit there. It must be said. It's skating at that area, but coming out of the corner. I'm trying to deliberately avoid the curbs. Curbs in the rain are a very bad thing to touch. All they do is hold a lot of surface water and spit you out. Bear in mind, I'm also on slicks, by the way, so I don't know how much we're driving this at the moment. I should be spinning, and somehow I'm not. And the answer is because it's a game, we know that, but that's not the point. It's meant to be a driving simulator, so simulate driving. Well, there we go, that was easy. Our reward for that is going to be, I don't know, a random rally car, I reckon. But then again, to be fair, we got that Cadillac Cheehan from one of them, so who knows what we're going to get. Here we go. What have we got? What's our reward? Oh, the Mazda 6 touring car. Interesting, we've got a Japanese touring car. Really cool design. I don't think I'm going to need it. I haven't got the DTM car from Mercedes, but it's still pretty awesome. Almost looks like an Australian V8 supercar, you know, with its height and everything else, and the decals. Reminds me a lot of the old Aussie V8 supercars. Well, that was a good start. Can't win Rally d'Umbria, Costa di Amalfi we've done. I can try George Paris, but I may need to very briefly go to the splash screen. Last time I tried racing this, the performance came impossible to watch. The frame drops were awful on this level for some reason. We'll give it a try. We'll see how it holds. It might hold up. And we're up against the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 8. A little bit of fluctuation and flicker that. Some hilarious 2D assets in the background as well. Well, that's a great start. Oh my god, this car just eats corners. This is performance on a whole new level. The only problem is, thanks to the squirrely nature of this circuit, I'm having to like literally practically stop the car seconds later. It's a bit of an awkward car for this circuit. It's so fast, it is actually too fast. Oh, got away with that, and that. I don't know why I don't get a penalty then. I'm not complaining now. Oh, wow, this is... It's fun, I'll give it that much, and so far it's holding up. I'm not quite sure why, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, this is normally the place where people bring like Renault 5s and Citroen DS's and Scoobies, and I've turned up with literal Boss music and gone, here, have some of this. Yeah, so we head towards the Arc de Triomphe. Yes, I've actually said something in French there, would you believe? Because I am rubbish at speaking French, because it's not my language. Habla Espanol. And then Nihongo Hanasimasu. For those of you who know what I said in those languages, you know what languages we're speaking. This is a very narrow circuit, but it's a lot of fun to drive. Again, why can't you recreate this in the modern game? Modern lighting, all the ray tracing effects, 4K visuals. This would be a hoot to drive. Yes, this is us doing all we can to try and get as far a completion as possible. Excellent, that's great. For anyone who's been to Paredo, you know damn well they never ever close off the roundabouts near the Arc de Triomphe. It would never happen. And then the Champs-Elysees, it just wouldn't happen. Well, it's bound to happen eventually. I mean, to be fair, I parked it quite nicely. It wasn't like I was causing a hazard, but that's not the point. I wasn't supposed to be driving it that way, and the game's like, nope, that's a penalty. Which is deserved. I say, it's just loads of speed, it's great. Oh. Yep, got away with that. Fantastic. Okay, we're on our way, that's good. Yeah, so there's a slow lap this one because of the mistake. We've got one more run of this in the opposite direction, and then we will be on our way to another prize car. Very nice. Excellent. That worked really well. So, with that in mind, let's go to the second race in this tournament. And we'll win it to find ourselves what we get as a reward. Considering we got the Mazda 6 touring car last time, who knows what we'll get? We will get ourselves a Le Mans prototype. Probably not. I get the feeling that'll be for the reserve for the hard results. Hard's where we're going to get those. Oh, he's crashed already. My driver's crashed. Great. I didn't even have control, he's had an accident. Yeah, I think this car ended up winning a, like, you know, a GT... Oh, boo. Are you serious, car? Right, okay, you're having it for that. How do I like this car? It's awesome. This is a brilliant machine. It is fast. It is grippy, it is accelerating like a rapid bullet. It has tons of grip. It's an awesome car. And it's also got me a penalty. Yeah, that's fine. Bump draft me. I'm okay with that. Oh, and then you barge past me and you don't get a penalty, eh? Yeah, that's fair. Now, why is the car so bad here? The answer is it's not. It's me. I'm the one that's bad here, not the car. I'm driving it very poorly. See, it's got so much power and speed that it's just a difficult car to really predict where you're going. It's almost like it handles too well, if you know what I mean. It handles so well, I'm unsure on which way to set the corner. I'm like, do I go in what? Do I go in light? Do I go in hot? I don't know. See, this is awesome though. This is such a nice circuit, this. And it still looks good even now. I'll say updated for the modern era. This could be one of the most spectacular circuits there is. So it has a lot of traction, but also it has a lot of issues, like there. Well, that was down to me getting the braking point wrong. So the car itself had no issues, it was me who didn't know what he was doing. Because again, this car's not really meant to be here, to be honest. This car's meant to be used at the likes of Le Mans, and the likes of the Nürburgring, and the likes of Motegi. It's not really meant to be thrashed around the streets of Paris like this. Like going over sewer drains and crashing into curbs and navigating roundabouts. It's not really what it's designed for. Yeah, you say it's on rails. I mean, it is a fast car. I'm really enjoying driving it. It's the kind of car with enough power you could probably take on the World Championship in, because it's a pretty fast car. I imagine it'd be competent for quite a few of the endurance races for sure. That's what its bread and butter was, endurance racing. And of course, this isn't the Mercedes that took off, because that was the Mercedes CLR. This is the CLK GTR, which was a year earlier. The CLR was the car that like superseded it and was like just dangerous. That was a car that was just not suitable for racing at all. Oh, boo. I don't know what I'm doing apart from doing it wrong. Oh, okay. The game gave me a sympathy-free penalty for that one. I'm fine with that. And then I crashed at the end. So a couple of penalties, which is not exactly kosher, but we've made it through. We've dominated because of just pure power more than anything else. So the question is, what do we get for that? What's our reward? I'm guessing something like the Renault 5 rally car or something like that. I'm not expecting a hot car, but we'll see. We've had stranger things drop on us in the past. I was right, the Renault 5 rally car. I called it. That was a random guess. I've got to say though, that's a beautiful looking car, isn't it? That is absolutely gorgeous. That's like that is like the 80s personified. That is the 80s hot hatch on steroids. Very nice looking car. So with those ones done now, all the other ones require special condition tyres, which I've not got. So I'm wondering if there are any... Yes, here we are. The Rally di Umbria and the Costa di Amalfi. They are both there. Okay, let's take these babies on. Oh God, I've just realised where I am. I'm in that really narrow Italian street level in a Mercedes CLK GTR. This is going to be hilarious. Got the guy throwing up his hands in the background there. He's happy to be here. Oh God, this is going to be fun. Get ready for some chaos here, people. That guy's saying the roof is on fire. Holy cow. Oh wow, this has grip for the ages. Yep, this is a fast one. Okay, here we go. We're going to thrash underneath you because we can. Yeah, we're going to need to brake here. Yeah, this is not really where this car is designed for, is it? This car's not designed for navigating narrow streets like this. Oh God, it actually jumps then. That's insane. Good Lord, how the hell am I threading that? How is this car not ripping itself to bits on the street? I'm having to actually get off the gas because it's that narrow. It's like I'm trying to drive a bulldozer for a china shop. It's just not happening. It's like trying to navigate an 18-wheeler around the centre of Milton Keynes without using the roundabouts. So, I mean, it's just got so much speed that I actually can't keep up. And we've got 5 laps of this, by the way, people, so get comfortable. You're going to see me fail a lot. Yeah, this is like, you know when they say like unrestricted cars, this is where the no restrictions really is taking the mick a bit. This is where you're being told, yeah, there's no restrictions, but there really should be. Like 850 horsepower, a splitter that's like sharper than a bed of nails. Ground clearance so low, light can barely get under the car, and here I am, tearing up the Italian cobbles. Here, Mr. Luigi, have 900 brake horsepower. Get to the bricks. Wow, this is absolutely insane. This is... Actually, this is the closest you can come to actually being legit scared. This tests if you're a skillful driver. If you can navigate stuff like this at high speed, you know you're good. Newsflash, I'm not. It's like the old total distortion game over screen. Thought you were hot, guess what, you're not. Compared to driving this in the S license where you drive a 1960s Alpha really slowly, this is just bonkers. It's fun, but it's bonkers. Thing is, I've got to do this backwards as well. Oh, narrowly avoided that whole crop then. I don't know how I did that. Oh, that was tight. That was nearly totaled. Yep, can't be celebrating yet. It's not time. Yeah, backwards is going to be a serious adventure, going downhill at the start of the race. That's going to be insane. It's also going to be very painful because we're going to be rear-ending the car up ahead of us. Yep, I knew that was happening. I wasn't stopping the car in time, I just knew. Oh, bollocks. Yeah, rack up the penalties, we're going to need them. If anything, it's almost like a nice little breather. Take a penalty and go, right, what do I do to get this back? I'm not looking forward to going down that. That is going to be hilarious. So I mean, the car has just got so much power and it's hitting all the bends and everything. It's just spinning itself out because it's not designed for this. It's designed for flat road courses. It's not designed for gradients and bumps and narrow arches and cobbles and all the kinds of stuff that's causing it problems. Still, we're in the lead by a long way, so there's no reason to go up now. We might as well finish this off. Yep, that's good. Oh, no, that's not good. Got away with it now. Yeah, going up these hills, we are literally going to take off. So I've got to try and avoid doing that if I can. Oh. Yeah, that would have been an instant fail there, but the fans are cheering me on. It's like, you failed, congratulations. Oh god. It's the slowest we've been all day. But it doesn't matter because we've made it. Oh wow. Oh, look at those faces. You see the faces on the crowd then. Wow. Hilariously low raz. Oh dear. Well, we made it. We got through it. Somehow. 20,000 credits though. That's nice. 7.5 minutes that took with God knows how many of that in penalties. Wow, that was tough. Fun though, but tough. And now we go again. Backwards. God help me. This is where we're going to have some serious problems, I think. But that's okay. We'll do what we can. Up against the Scooby and Pretzer rally cars time. So up against the Scooby and Pretzer, and immediately we're in problems. That guy's cheering us on again. I'm just hoping I've got enough power to get past that Scooby before the corners. Otherwise, it's going to be a very slow start to the lap. Yeah, I didn't think I had enough room. I didn't have enough pace. Oh, God. Oh, this is undrivable. It's got that much power that I can't actually see where I'm going. Oh, what the hell? I barely even touched him, ref. Why are you picking on me, stewards? Yeah, get out of here, you. Right. On the brakes, now. I would have taken off if I had not done that. Oh! What a stupid place to put a second route. That was very deceptive. My own fault, but very deceptive. Right. Get back here, you. No, he's not. He's not getting back here. Oh, good lord. Here we go. I don't know how I didn't get away with penalties there. Don't have a clue, but I made it. Yep, this is as terrifying as it looks, people. If you wanted to be afraid in Gran Turismo 4, this is how you do it. So much power that I can't keep it under control. I think it might be Peter Solberg's in Pretzer. It could have been, yeah. It's either that or Richard Burns's. It could be Richard Burns' one as well. There's another Richard Burns with a Scooby until about 99, I think, yeah, I think it was 99. Then he went to Peugeot, where he replaced Marcus Gronholm. Oh, damn it! Oh! Ow! The star of the PA Slaves is tattooed to my spine. And did he get a penalty for that? No. No, he did not. Luckily, neither did I, so it could have been worse. The problem is I've got all the power in the world, but I just can't get the power down. So the Scooby's like licking its lips, catching up to me, and so it should. Just goes to show that sometimes just because you've got a lot of horsepower does not mean you're going to win. Oh, what the hell? Ah, I know what I did. I got stuck in an outcrop. I wondered why my car stopped then, and now I realise that one. Yes, in the spine. Absolutely. Oh, and it's happened again. The moment you said that, Queen, I've got hit in the spine again. But I mean, speaking of the spine, though, I mean, I've got a plan for a new cosplay for next year, and I've been in contact with someone on Etsy for a prop for it. And if it happens, it'll be amazing, but also a massive pain in the spine. That's all I've got to say. The idea for it, if it works, will be awesome, and it's one I've really wanted to do. But it would also be extremely unwieldy. And it's certainly one I'd never consider taking outside the UK, purely for logistical reasons. It's also one that won't be a cheap cosplay. The idea I've got, yeah, the main thing is going to cost a lot of cash, but I want to do it. So I'm going to find a way to make it work. Oh, bugger. Just going to let the penalty pass. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of evidence to show that just because you've got all the power in the world, it does not mean you've got a guaranteed victory. That Scooby's got nowhere near the power that I do, but my God, is it better in the corners. And it's not better in the corners in general, it's just better in the corners for a place like this. It's more at home here than my... Oh, what the hell? What the fuck? What are you doing? Get off my car! How's that my fault? He literally ram-raided me! How am I at fault for that? He literally just smashed me off the track. Right, okay, it's personal now. I don't need better handling, no, I need better driving. It's me that's the problem. Did he just smash into the wall? I don't know if you saw that, but he seemed to wall ride. So the AI is allowed to wall ride and smash me off the road without a penalty. Right, okay, this is personal now. Here we go. See, I barely even tapped him and I got a 5-second penalty. Yet when he smashed me sideways, he didn't get sod all. So because of that, I'm equalising things and I'm just going to get in front. Fortuitously, I've got that much power that once I get a straightaway, I'm able to pull away. I'm just going to stay away, that's the hard part. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking promising. This has been one of the better laps so far. Much, much better. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, damn it. Overstood at the wrong point. But it's okay, I think I'm clear. All I've got to do now is aim down here at high speed. Let's go, go, go. There we go. I won 31 in the end. I made a massive amount of time on the final lap. Huge amount of time. Yeah, that was eventful, people, wasn't it? Wow. That was an eventful way to win a race. Was it fair? No. Do I care? No. And to be fair, it definitely was hard difficulty, but my God, that was challenging. So, what do we get for that? Oh, very nice. The original Lancia Delta S4. The car that got Group B banned. That car was too dangerous. And if you notice how it's not got any, it's got a load of bricks on over that circle. That's because that's a licensing for an alcohol brand. And had they had it in there, it would have actually made the game a R rating. So they actually censored it. That's the famous racing livery for a alcohol brand. I mean, I can't say it because, you know, I'm not sponsored, but that was for Martini. That's who that was for. Right, let's try the hard version of the Costa di Amalfi. This one might be a bit better for us. It's not quite as undulating and crazy as the previous one. But it's still going to be tough. We're up against... That's the 105. I won that car a moment ago. Yeah, this is going to be funny. Watch this. Yeah, goodbye, mate. See you next week. I just tried to do the Mercedes CLR then. I literally did it. That's what happened for real. Again, this car's not really supposed to be here. It's not in its class at all. But the good thing is, it's actually working. Say, you can accuse the computer of being cheating all you like, Queen, but the fact of the matter is I've turned up in a Le Mans GT car. So, I think I'm equally guilty. It has to be said. Oh, damn it. I had a feeling I could just feel it getting squirrely under braking. And once the car gets squirrely under braking, you're a passenger. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can wall ride this if you want to be cheap, but I'm trying not to. So instead I'll just hit the wall and get myself a penalty. That's a good idea. Oh, how am I going to navigate these corners in this car? With great difficulty, that's how. Had to slow down then because of that bump. Not enough. Got on the brakes too late. It's interesting that this mode has the penalties, yet the actual real races like the Gran Turismo World Tournament, World Championship, the Le Mans 24 Hours, the DTM, they don't have it. I find it strange that. it's a welcome thing, because of course we've seen how it can be busted, like with that Scooby literally ram-raiding me off the circuit, but it just made me get some pause for thought. It's like, why is that in here but not anywhere else? Excellent, nice one. Yeah, these corners here I think are the tightest on the entire game. They are unbelievably tight. Despite the penalties, I still went faster this lot. That's insane. Oh, this time I got away with it. I thought I broke it too late again and got myself a penalty. Not this time. That's good. Again, I'm enjoying driving this car. You might have noticed, people. You might have noticed I quite like this car. So here we go. We're heading over the tops. On our way. Yeah, we've gone wide, but we're safe. Sorry, people. I felt like there was something on my neck. I was like, you know, when you get that itchy feeling and you're like, can't focus. Turned out to be nothing, but it felt like there was something there, so apologies for that. Here we go. Yeah, definitely don't hit the spectators, you're not wrong. The thing is, they have no self-preservation, these spectators. They just come out. You're in the middle of a corner and they'll come out and take a photo. It's like, no, get back in line. Like back in the 1980s in the World Rallying, that actually happened, and people were like, they had fans trying to literally touch the cars when they went past, and half of them were losing their fingers. Cars are getting back to service with blood on the side and people's digits stuck in the radiators. They literally are this crazy. You don't really see it anymore because now all the rules are they have to be behind certain barricades and everything else, but I'd say unfortunately you still get the occasional nutter who thinks they can like enter the actual stages and cause problems. That's happened multiple times, sadly. I was at an event in about 2018, and it was in Blackpool, and they had an event which I don't know if they run it anymore, called the Legend Fires, and essentially it was like it was national level rally cars. So we're talking like it's known as Group N, so it's like amateur level mostly. And this day they had an event set up. And me and a mate just stood there waiting for the cars to come through. And we noticed that there was like nothing going on. There was an unusually large gap between the next car and the field. And all of a sudden I heard sirens. I heard it way before anybody else because of my autism. I picked up that pitch higher than anybody else, and I said, "We've got an ambulance coming, I can hear it." And my mate's like, "What are you talking about?" And then a minute later he heard it crossing over the hill and was like, "Oh God." And then they came on the announcement field, and basically someone had tried to get into the stage from a secret area and got hit by one of the cars. Unfortunately, there are people who do that. Like last year's Formula 1 Grand Prix, on the opening lap, Chinese driver Zhou Guanyu was hit by another car, went on his roof, and had a very, very big crash, very, very big accident. What no one knows is that in a way that kind of also, despite his crash, it actually ended up being a benefit, because about 4 corners later, some protesters who were against, decided to protest the race, had actually got onto the circuit and tried to sit down in the middle of a straight. Bear in mind, these cars are capable of doing 200 miles an hour and generate so much downforce that they're able to drive practically vertically. So it'd be like being hit by a train in terms of the force. It would literally split someone in half. But because of Zhou's crash, they'd already thrown out the red flags, and all the drivers were slowed down, and managed to get them out of there before he was into them. But you're not wrong, Zhou. Zhou's crash was absolutely horrific. It was like the only one bigger than that was Grosjean's fireball crash in Bahrain in 2020, which was a real horror smash. Like the moment Zhou went upside down, me and my mate were like, "Oh my god!" And we saw what little remained of the roll hoop. It was amazing that he wasn't hurt. It was horrendous. What's known in motorsports as a back scratcher, where you literally skid upside down. And it was, as you say, a very scary accident, but it just shows how well the cars are built, considering he had no injuries or anything. Incredible work. So we've gone forwards, now we're going backwards. Let's see what we get for winning the hard version of the Capri Rally. And it'll also take us just over 1 million credits. So that's actually kind of a good way to wind down towards the end of tonight's stream, actually. It's a good way to wind things down, because I've just seen the time, 11:45. Wow. I guess that opening endurance race really did take quite a lot of time. I still don't know what happened to that Mobile Pitwork Z. All of a sudden he'd lost all performance. Oh, here we are. It's the Peugeot 205. One of the great rally cars in the 1980s. The Peugeot 205. It was an absolute insane car, that. Oh. Yeah, I think I earned that penalty. I get the feeling that I earned that. Oh god, what the hell? I think I got a break a lot sooner than I thought I did then. Right, this will be a jump. Whoa! It wasn't even a jump, it was more like a launch pad. Wow. Now we're into hill climb mode. This is where the CLK GTR will be very, very advantageous with all its horsepower. Kind of course where the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak would have been good. Or at least it would have been back in GT2. I don't remember if that car's in this game, the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak. I don't remember if it's in this game. All I know is that in Gran Turismo 2, everyone did all they could to get 2 million credits as fast as possible for that car. Very good reason why. It was absolutely broken in that game, in Gran Turismo 2. Oh, well, yep, that was inevitable. I hit one wall and ping-ponged into the other one. Chris Mustard is saying the pay-to-win Forza Motorsport 4 car. What do you mean, the CLK GTR that I'm driving now? Well, I thought that was the Sauber C9, wasn't it? The car that you paid to win on Forza Motorsport 4. The Sauber C9 Mercedes. Which was absolutely broken. Must admit, that car was just ridiculous. Anyway, good to see you, Chris. How you doing, mate? Right, I'm going to jump on the brakes now. This is a very... Even though it's uphill, you don't really slow down for that corner. Yeah, I say this Mercedes CLK GTR really isn't meant to be used on stages like this. I mean, it's kind of like you tried to take a Bentley off-roading. Or enter the Destruction Derby in a Bugatti Veyron. You're not really supposed to be there. Looks similar after a few drinks. Well, I don't blame you there, Chris, but awesome. 15 days off work, mate. You enjoy it. That's fantastic. You got any plans for it? Are you going away, or are you just going to soak up as much of the sun as you can and drink a few beers? Either way, it still sounds fantastic. I've actually heard about that show. I think I saw a video on YouTube of it where someone got this Scudo Pikes Peak over 1,200 miles an hour. 1,200 kmh. I think someone did a video of, like, you know, all the fastest cars in all the Gran Turismo games. And I ended up being like ever since GT5, it's been the Dodge SRT Tomahawk Axe, which is a broken car, by the way. Anyone who's driven the Tomahawk Axe will tell you just how broken that car is. It was my go-to grind car on Gran Turismo 7 for a while, because there was a glitch setup where you could make that car have 300 and odd kilometers an hour top speed, but only 600 performance points. And it meant you could enter into the Tokyo Expressway World Touring Car 600 course in a car that should never have been anywhere near it, and you dominated it. You'd win by like 8 laps. Normally it's a really hard race. With the Tomahawk Axe, it was like go brrr. Oh, going to Turkey, are you? Nice. That'll be a nice hot break. I'm going away myself actually in a couple of weeks. I'm off to Canada. I'm looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. But yeah, you've got plenty of nights of drinking and sunny rays. You're going to get plenty of that in Turkey, mate. That's awesome. You're going to Istanbul? I mean, Joe, technically people have driven about 1,000 kilometers an hour in a straight line with a parachute to slow down in a car that will probably kill you if it barrel rolls. But people have driven that one. Although doing a wheelie at 1,000 kilometers an hour, I'm not sure that's possible. Even with like the heaviest Formula 1 downforce wing, you're not likely to stick around, are you? Ah, you got 5 more shifts, but you got 15 days off. Hey, Queen. Well, I've got another 8, unfortunately. But having said that, I've got quite a lot of time off work. I've got a similar time off for you, so it's not too bad. Oh, God's sake. 2 penalties in a row. I've really screwed that one up. Like, last time I ate Turkish food, actually, Joe. I think it's because, like, again, I'm not sure most of it's congruent with my diet, to be honest. Not that that's a problem. Yeah, 21 days off, Queen. You're going to be a ghost. You're not answering your phone. That's a direct order. They try calling you in. You're on a ski slope somewhere. But to be fair, I did actually once get called while I was away on holiday. Oh God, how long would it have been now? About 13 years ago. I was in Sweden for a weekend with seeing some friends. And the way it was, I was meant to be working the Saturday and the Sunday, but I'd arranged it with 2 people. One person to come the Saturday, one person to come the Sunday. I'd take annual leave for the Friday, Monday. And then what I'd do is I would essentially work one of the other person's weekend days to help them out, basically. And Saturday comes around, and I get a phone call. Where are you? And I went, I'm not in today. Someone's covering me. Oh, well, they've not come in. Right. And I went, you've got an hour. If you're not here in an hour, you're going to be in serious trouble. And I just went, good luck with that, mate. I'm in Stockholm. And hung up. You're going a few miles from Istanbul, 450. Lol. Well, Chris, it sounds like you're going to a cool place. Well, I'm assuming it won't be cool when you're there, but it sounds awesome. You enjoy it. As for me, I'm going to Toronto. That's where I'm going. I'm going to the southern part of Canada. It's going to be amazing. Although I've already had one surprise unintentionally spoiled, but not by anyone who was planning to surprise me. One of my own family kind of gave away something, which was funny but at the same time annoying. People in the chat know of what I speak. Yeah, but I don't think I want to go to igloos anyway, Queen. That's not my idea. That's not my idea of a holiday. We had like an ice bar in Manchester once that had that theme, and it was like not the best place to go, to be honest. It was loud, it was cold, and it was expensive. I was like, let's go to a real bar. I'd be surprised if Canada's hotter than Turkey. It'd take a very strange experience in the climate for that to happen, but you never know. We've had strange things like last year when there was that day in Britain when it was hotter than Thailand. We're on the final lap. Oh wow, someone once actually asked if you live in an igloo. Wow, that's insane. That's like asking if someone from Germany wears lederhosen and a pointy hat all the time. It's like, what? Oh wow, Chris, that's an awesome. That's the kind of thing you want to get away from Britain for. That kind of temperature. You'll be soaking up the rays and supping plenty of cold beers in that one. We're going to crash. No, it's just stopped itself in time. Beautiful. So then, what's the prize card we're going to get for this one? Because we've already won the forwards version. And we've done the downwards one. Now, we've just gone past 1 million credits, which is amazing. So, let's see what we've got. Oh, there it is. The other car that got the Group B rally banned. The Ford RS200. Absolutely beautiful machine. But absolutely deadly. It's a one-off special. It was a one-off unique car, that one, to say the least. I mean, the only other one we've got is we've got George Paris. Go on, let's see what George Paris on hard is going to be. I'm curious. This can be a good way to end tonight's stream. This can be a very good way. We'll be past midnight. Yes, we've gone long here tonight, people. Ah, it's the Renault 5 again. Okay. Yes, look at those 2D textures of the people with the side of the crowd, people. Yes, that's the power of the PlayStation 2. Look at that flat texture for the recovery vehicle as well. You're not supposed to see any of this, but because I've upscaled it to 4K, you can. But say, the Arc de Triomphe looks amazing. So we're at this circuit again. This is where I made a hash of it earlier on in the stream. So I want to try and avoid doing that this time. Yes. So this is like taking the Mercedes CLK GTR onto a go-kart track. It's really not supposed to be here. All these people in the audience would have their ears absolutely ringing now, because this car's engine in these walls would be unbelievable. Had to happen. So I've got a video somewhere in my channel from like 11 years ago when I watched Jenson Button drive the McLaren F1 car around Manchester. I've actually got video footage that I took of the McLaren coming by, and it sounds unbelievable. Say, it's buried way on the bottom pages of my channel, that one. When I had to record it on an actual camcorder because camera phones were nowhere near the quality needed. Or if they were very expensive. Yeah, got away with that. Went a bit too deep there, but I managed to recover it at the last second. So this is like pure power, this car. Pure power. Okay, looking good. And we've gone wide. Yes. Excellent. Right, I'd like to get a lap that's clean so I get a decent idea of how fast this car is, but I keep on crossing into the walls. Because I'm an imbecile. Yeah, so this is one thing the later Gran Turismo games did get right. The ability to not use all cars in all places. You won't be able to blitz all the rally events like this in later games. You're probably wondering why I've not actually shown off any actual dirt rally driving in this game. Well, there's one very simple reason. I suck at off-road rally driving in this game. I suck at on-road driving as well, as you might have noticed by that crash, but I don't suck as much at on-road driving as I do off-road. See what I mean? Told you I suck at this road. Oh! What the hell did I just hit? I must have crashed into the fence. And the Renault 5 driver was just like, keep on crashing, mate. Keep on giving yourself penalties. It's fine by me. Now, Queen, you don't suck that badly at driving games. It's not like you kept driving into a volcano in Mass Effect 3, honest. You never managed to drop that car into the volcanoes in many parts of space. Don't sell yourself short. I'm not lying, honest. I'm totally not lying. You say you're not better at games, Joe. What do you mean? Just in general or what? Oh, God, Chris, if it was XRL, you'd hear me ranting in the box as well about it. Let's not be fair. The amount of times I cussed out some of our drivers saying, what is this idiot doing? Yeah, professionalism kind of took a back seat in the days of XRL. I do miss the old racing league. I must admit, it'd be nice to get it restarted somehow. It was great fun, but I think part of the problem is the modern racing games don't really have the modes needed. It's like, it's really hard. But I find it bizarre that in the Xbox 360 days, you could join a party and choose the option where you played your audio from your party through both your speakers and your headphones. It meant all you had to do is plug your capture card in, mute your television, and then have your headphones on in a party with somebody. And you got perfect audio capture of your co-commentator. Even if you're in England and they're in Japan, you'd have absolutely perfect audio sync. And I just don't understand why that feature was removed. It's not been. It's a feature that Xbox Live and the Xbox 360 days had. I've never understood why it was taken away. And well, fair enough there, Joe. If you say in general you go that way, I'm sure you've done plenty of good things at games. They say you play and you enjoyed. They say you might have done well while playing Uncharted Queen, but anyone who saw my 2-part series of that will tell you, I did not. There was a lot of rage with my versions of that game, but we got there in the end as well, to be fair. And then, of course, there's the Crash Bandicoot quadrilogy. Oh, I was a real pro at that and one of the best in the world. I totally didn't die over 100 times on one level live on stream. And again, I'm not lying, honest. And you say it's not enjoyable to race. I've not played a new F1 game since 2016. I bought it on a whim, and I was like, this is the same crap that was in F1 2013. It's not changed, it's not got any better, so I didn't bother. And as you say, it's like 60 quid, 90 quid for a copy and paste game. It's unacceptable. And Gran Turismo 7 is no better. Gran Turismo 7 is an absolute joke. It's a shit version. It's basically GT Sport with a intro to a one-player career that cuts off. That's literally what you get. It's GT Sport with a really shallow, rubbish one-player mode. Do you want to know why Gran Turismo 7 sucks? There are license tests from B all the way to S. And that's not pun intended, BS. You only need the B and the A licenses. There's no races for IB, there's no races for IA, and there's no races for S. There's no reason to get any of the later license tests at all. Oh god, Joe, you wound the clock back there. Hogs of War. Rick Mail voiced all the hogs in that game. It was like 3D worms. Amazing game, PlayStation 1 era. Rick Mail did all the voices for it. Oh, don't come at the hogs today. God, yes, I remember that. Amazing. Absolutely awesome game. Instead of worms, you obviously have pigs, hence Hogs of War. And of course, being a British game was a pun on Dogs of War. That was the idea of it. Oh, he's tattooed that Peugeot badge to my spine. And then he's got a head in a place where I really don't want him to get ahead. Get thee behind me. I said behind me. I said behind me. Get thee behind me. You should have given that place up, mate. I had the corner. I made sure I had the corner by putting you in the wall, I admit, but I had the corner. That's right, Joe, you don't. Honestly, the one-player mode, the one-player career in Gran Turismo 7, Joe, you have something called the Cafe. And basically, the owner tells you to, go and get, I don't know, 3 French hot hatchbacks, for example. You enter races, you turn up, you're given a little bit of a history lesson. You fall asleep, the game carries on, you're told to maybe go and get, 3 classic Fords. You get them, you fall asleep, and you carry on. And then eventually you get access to this A license race where you're given a GT car, like a Corvette or a Ford GT or a Mercedes CLK, a BMW M3. You have this 5-race series, which is all like 2 or 3 laps only. Then you have the end credits. The game ends. It literally just ends. And I remember playing it and I'm like, well, that's it. And yes, there's a few events you can do afterwards, but there's no point in doing them because once you're done, you don't get anything for it. And there's no remaining content unless you play online mode. So all of it kept saying, it was advertised itself as Gran Turismo is back, as if it advertised like a full Gran Turismo mode. It doesn't exist. It is absolutely rubbish. Ah, see, yeah, so Chris, you managed to get your all the way up to gold. That's awesome. Your best friend's husband's account. So you got like both the B and the A license to gold, got the prize cars, and then that was it. Noped out. Yeah, seriously, Joe. If you got to say, if you get the chance, if you're interested, the YouTuber Ruffle Waffle has done like a video about what's wrong with Gran Turismo 7, and he does a full video explaining it about how the menu. It's called, the video's called "How GT7 Broke Car Collecting." That's the video that he did, and it's actually a brilliant video. I highly recommend checking it out. And he goes into a load of depth about why it's wrong and compares it to GT4 and GT3. I think he even references how GT1 and 2 worked. So it's a really good video for anyone who's played quite a lot of the Gran Turismo games. You can get a lot out of it. So how GT7 broke car collecting, I think is what it's called. Yeah, no worries. As I say, it's a really good series. As I say, if you just type in that and it just comes up. It's got one about the redesigns for the classic circuits. It's got one about how the AI in the game is bizarre. It's all kind of really well detailed, really well researched. Oh yeah, one final kicker for GT7 and why it sucks, by the way. It's always online. If their servers are down or your internet is down, you can't play the game at all. There is literally one mode you can play called Music Rally, where you literally drive an old car around the circuit to music, in time with the music. I mean, if you really want to buy it purely for collecting the games purposes, Joe, wait till you can find the budget version of it. I mean, I wouldn't say the games are too easy, Chris. It's just that I don't think they're designed well. There's like the game doesn't have the reward for the challenge. When they have the challenging modes, like in Gran Turismo 7, there's a driving mission mode called the Human Comedy, and it's 8 races that are all minimum of an hour long, and they're actually really hard because every single one of them you start 45 seconds behind the leader. You can't qualify. So basically you start every race with a 45-second penalty. That's what makes them hard. They're not hard because the AI is really good at its strategies. It's not hard because the circuit conditions change. It's not hard because the tracks themselves are challenging. It's hard because you're literally given a 45-second penalty by the game. Like here, you've entered the race, there you go, you start 45 seconds behind the leader. I mean, with all the penalties I've got in this race here, it's not been that challenging. Primarily because I've got a car that's so overpowered. I imagine that if I'd have got this many penalties and I was driving like my Ford RS100 or the Lancia Delta S4, I'd be in a far worse position. Far, far worse. It was almost like the engine was misfiring with the amount of metal wheel spin I was getting. And over the line. Here we go. I mean, when the computer doesn't want to break, what can you do? It's only worth 750,000 credits. It doesn't mind it. It'll buff out. It's fine. So then, let's see what the reward for this one is. Oh wow, Chris! If you could win that easily, then that's surprising. Apparently, though, F122 was actually really hard, and even the pro players said it was too difficult. But I've not played it, so I can't comment. So, the final car for tonight is... there it is. the French World Rallying Legend. Basically, a Formula 1 car with mudguards. That car was insane back in the day. I've seen a real one of those driving down the seafront in Blackpool in the worst conditions possible, and it still looked incredible. Yes, what a beauty. Absolute beauty of a machine. That's a fantastic little reward to put us towards the end. So very quickly go back to the house where we can find out what our completion percentage is. And we're bang on 30% through in this challenge mode where we're only using prize cars. And we're still doing pretty well. This is awesome. So we're going to be back in 2 nights' time on the Wednesday. In terms of what we're going to do in that stream, maybe I'll take the CLK to one of the other endurance races for a laugh. Or maybe we'll try and soup it up and take on one of the harder professional challenges. We will get things going where we're at it in time. So until then, that's going to be 8 PM GMT on a Wednesday evening. Until then, thank you all very, very much for watching. And seriously, Scooby, don't try barging my car off the roads in Italy.